who sent his written address for today's conference. We greatly appreciate that despite his busy schedule, the Honorable Prime Minister found an opportunity to contribute to today's event. I would now like to read out his address. I would like to thank the Creative Society Project for inviting me to participate in the upcoming virtual conference, Global Crisis, Time for Truth, on 4th December 2021. The organizers, coordinators, and speakers for this conference are to be congratulated for this timely conference, independent of any geopolitical, social, or economic agenda, to call for global attention and urgent actions towards climate change, which is one of the global challenges that is affecting our world. The Pacific Islands, with low-lying exposed islands, are at the forefront of the impacts of climate change. The past 5 years alone recorded increasing intensities in tropical cyclones with frequent incidents of earthquakes, tsunamis, and floodings as a result of these extreme weather events. In the unprecedented time of the COVID-19 pandemic, which spared no country in the world, this event has taught us that national solutions to global problems do not work. We need to take advantage of every platform available, whether state or non-state actors, to call for unity in response and actions against these challenges. I wanted to speak on this issue of climate change. Unfortunately, due to pressing commitments in government, I request that the conference include this short message from the Kingdom of Tonga in the Pacific to represent our Pacific voices on this issue. Maluelele from the Kingdom of Tonga. Climate change is an existential threat that gives so much anxiety to many parts of the world. But nowhere else in the world can people live in constant fear and anxiety than in Tonga. We are the second most vulnerable country to natural disasters. In size, Tonga is slightly 164 times smaller than New York City. Our islands sustain a vibrant marine, ocean, flora and fauna life on a 750 square miles of 170 islands spreading across the Pacific Ocean. With a population of 103,000 living on our islands. As a leader, I have a duty to these 103,000 souls. I have a responsibility for their welfare and their future. Did you know that a 1 meter rise in the sea level will cause 25% of our buildings, 11% of roads, 16% of water systems, and 29% of power infrastructure to disappear underwater? But despite being small, we are still relevant and have an entitlement to the world as every other country. To help us survive, please do your part to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius now. As big ocean states, we have the right to exist, to keep our islands from sinking, to be still found on the map. As big ocean states, we do not want the ocean that we love so much, that sustained us for generations, to be our watery grave one day. To all civil societies, multinational corporations, advocates, and the academia, do not give up on making the truth be known about human ignorance and greed that further induced this climate change crisis. The impacts of climate change is no longer a prediction, it is already here. Save us. Save us from the fate of becoming the Pacific people of the mythical Atlantis. Help us save our homes, our children, and our hopes for the future, on time. Time for action is now. Please do not wait until it is too late. I thank the Creative Society Project for the courage to demand time for truth, to call for bold, decisive actions to end the climate change crisis. His Excellency, the Honorable Dr. Pahiva Tulunetoa, Prime Minister of Tonga, Kingdom of Tonga. Please accept my appreciation for the opportunity to contribute to the conference I wish for the continued success of your work in addressing this crisis and your leadership in mobilizing responsible actions for the healing of our world. Yours sincerely, the Honorable Dr. Pahila Tulunetova, Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. And I have to agree, the time for action is now. Thank you very much for the beautiful letter. Now, I would like to pass the floor to our esteemed guests from Armenia. Mr. Suren Akhminyan, politician, public figure, president of the public organization Cathedral of Armenian Creation, member of the party Prosperous Armenia, and the Archbishop Natan Hovhanovizian, head of the External Relations Department of the Mother See, Holy Echmiadze. Please, the floor is yours.
I extend a warm greeting to all the participants of the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. From the bottom of my heart, I thank all of our friends.
Let me cordially greet all participants of the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. I truly thank all our friends, participants of the Creative Society project, for organizing this large-scale and extremely important event for all mankind. Indeed, in recent decades, we have witnessed unprecedented climatic changes, which are gaining threatening momentum every year. And the scale of cataclysm is growing with tremendous geometric action. Today, the issue of climate change is of primary importance on the international agenda. This is announced by all world leaders, leading scientists from the highest tribes. This is because the planetary climate change
Narina, please don't translate.
That similar changes are occurring on all neighboring planets and their satellites. Climate change on Earth brings about the aggravation of all crises in our society. The situation in international politics, the social sphere, and macroeconomics is deteriorating. The problem of food supply and hunger, as well as displacement of millions of people, are on the agenda. Unfortunately, we have to admit the disappointing fact that the situation is already out of control. And the climate is to blame for all this. And if we don't unite today, we will witness the death of humanity and the destruction of our common home, our beautiful planet. Can we withstand this unprecedented challenge? Yes, my friends, we can do this. It's in our power to find a solution and not only survive the impending global crisis, but also to create unique conditions for the well-being and prosperity of all humankind. To do this, we need to change the format of society. Experts have been saying for more than 30 years that the format of the consumer society is obsolete and that humanity is at a dead end. Everyone is searching for a solution to this problem. As of today, the only viable alternative to guarantee the future of humanity is the creative society. The majority of intelligent and responsible politicians, priests, scientists, businessmen, and ordinary people already understand this. For the sake of humanity's future, already today we must forget about vanity, resentment, and grievances at all levels, and combine the potential of all humankind. First and foremost, our scientific, intellectual, material, and socio-political potentials. Already today, we need to stop all projects aimed at destruction, war, killing people, and strengthening the consumerist format of society. It is necessary to unleash science and focus all of humanity's scientific potential on solving the problem of confronting the climate crisis and the survival of mankind in adverse conditions. This is our common interest that unites all people. Only by uniting in the creative society format And by acting as one, can we secure the future for ourselves, our children, and our descendants. Only in the format of the creative society can we overcome the existing disunity. I would like to appeal to all of humanity, to all people, and first of all, to my fellow politicians. Let's stop fighting. Let's stop dividing our little human world into parts. Let's unite. Dear colleagues, the burden of responsibility for the future of all mankind rests on our shoulders right now. Climate is our common challenge. This is our external enemy. We cannot ignore it by hiding our heads in the sand like ostriches. We must not flee from problems, but solve them. And the primary task for us now is to unite humanity within the framework of the creative society and to implement the 8 foundations of the creative society in international law and national legislation of all countries of the world. Our inaction and silence today is a crime against humanity. It is time for all people to unite on the creative society platform.
Dear sisters and brothers, I'm happy to greet you, and I appeal to all the participants and organizers of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. On behalf of the Catholicos, let me convey to everyone who is concerned about the future of our planet, which is the common home to all humanity, the patriarchal greetings and blessings of the supreme head of the Armenian Apostolic Church, His Holiness Karakin II. Armenia is a biblical country where Noah's Ark docked, where life of new humankind began after the flood. It is a country that was the first to declare Christianity as a state religion back in 301. I'm happy that I was born and live in this country. But from time to time, I feel sad due to the fear of losing that happiness. Nowadays, there are more and more concerns about natural disasters, global climate change, and as a consequence, human casualties. Sometimes we feel powerless in these forces of nature, but we never think that we are to blame for the increasing strength of those forces. It would seem that the rapid development of modern science and technology serves human beings. However, the further we advance in modern science, the more we move away from nature, violating its laws. It is regrettable that along with all this, humanity creates dangers and threats to human life with its own hands. Anything that poses a threat to human life cannot be justified. I am not a scientist. I am an ordinary man who values human life above everything else. I'm a Christian, and for me, there is no greater commandment than love thy neighbor as thyself. I would like to take this opportunity to ask the entire humanity question. Have you thought about why there was a flood during the days of Noah? Do you want to drown again? Do you want humanity and its cultural values to disappear because of another flood? Have you ever asked yourself, what can I do to prevent the global flood from happening again? Think about it. Start loving our common home. Make every effort to preserve it for the good of all humanity. That is why I applaud the initiative of creative society.
որ ես ողջունում եմ արարող հասարակություն նախաձեռնությունը եւ վստահ եմ
I'm confident that by joining our efforts, we will be able to face all the challenges of our time when, as the prophet Isaiah said, nations will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war anymore. We have faith, hope, and love, where love is the greatest of these. May God's blessing give us the spiritual power with which we preserve our planet Earth in love and peace.
Dear viewers, it is very significant that such distinguished people are here with us today at the conference. That is really important. We are grateful to Joseph Stishak, a priest of the Roman Catholic Church. He gave us today the very precious news that His Holiness Pope Francis has blessed the international project of the Creative Society. We thank Edgar Brandt for their understanding and their support of the Creative Society project. It is very important. We express our great gratitude to dear Amir Aziz, the Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany. We are very touched by your words. We would also like to thank Askar Nugmanov, a representative of the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And we would also like to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for his support. We want to express special thanks to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga for his sincere address. Thanks also to Suren Okminyan and Archbishop Nathan Hovhannisyan. And now, dear viewers, I'm honored to welcome with us Her Imperial and Royal Highness Archduchess Hertha Margaret Habsburg-Lothringen, Archduchess of Austria, Princess of Tuscany, Royal Princess of Hungary, Croatia, and Bohemia, founder and president of the Flame of Peace, internationally known for her work for world peace and environmental protection. Your Highness, the floor is yours.
Personally, I'm devoted to bringing peace to the world, freedom and friendship that unites all people. I also care for animals, our nature, and certainly the environment. I think that worldwide consumerism hurts our environment. If we take a step back and support our farmers, support our agriculturists, then step by step, every country can become self-sustaining again. We have so many resources in this world. Every country could feed itself and share with other countries what they need. This is only when humans learn that they are responsible for the animal kingdom and for nature. And it is only through happiness and joy that a person can create something better. So if we stop fighting with each other about who is better in this world, we have to start making friends around the world regardless of their nation and culture. We all have our own traditions, language, religion, and culture. And it is only when we respect them in our neighbors that we can have peace in the world. And when there is peace in the world, everyone, including animals and nature, will be well. If we stop wishing more and more, because what will it give us? Maybe we won't be living tomorrow. So, what did we really get out of it? We destroyed our world and did not create anything good. We can create good things if we care about one another. And here, we have to start with ourselves.
Good evening. Hello. Global crisis and time for the truth. The truth is very important in that what we need to do. We need to look at what are really the issues. We need to look at them honestly. We need to approach them with our conviction, with our values, to do the best for ourselves, for the environment. And the environment is everything. It's all the living things, all the animals, and we must do it with respect. If we make the respect as our foundation for our values, we will treat our nature, our environment, as it should be treated. We will not pollute. Why? Because that is disrespectful. So if we are respectful, we will not pollute. And if we do things to do it as best as possible, in other words, to give it value, and do it with our hearts so that we will appreciate all the things that we are doing, then we set the basis to combat the crisis. And it is very important to understand what we are confronted with, not simply accepting what others are telling us. I, for myself, will give you, for me, a very important idea to this crisis. We are talking about CO2 emissions. It is in the forefront of all the discussions. But unfortunately, in my opinion, CO2 is a distraction. We need to focus on pollution, because pollution is nothing other than waste, wasting our important resources that we have. So if we avoid pollution, we treat the environment with respect from 2 points of view. One, we will use less resources because we're wasting less. And in both sides, on the positive and in the prevention, we will improve the environment in which we're living in. And the most important message that I have for everybody is one, to understand that nature doesn't need us. We need nature. And if we do not take care of our nature, we will not have a place where our future generations can live in happiness and enjoy. Thank you.
system. Finally, we'll highlight the difference between ecology and climate crisis. Scientists will provide facts, and we will show how we can overcome the upcoming climate change. Next, I would like to pass the word to a respected science writer who has more than 30 awards for journalism, Julian Cribb, who is also an author of books, editor, science communicator, photographer, co-founder at Council for the Human Future, the principal of Julian Cribb and Associates.
My name is Julian Cribb. I'm an Australian science writer. I've been a journalist and a newspaper editor for most of my life, and I've been writing about science for nearly 50 years now, mainly about agriculture, but also about a lot of other aspects of science. And you know, about 20 years ago, I started to meet scientists who were very depressed. A lot of scientists, particularly climate scientists and so on, because every day they went to work and they got the data in that whatever they were looking at, whether they were looking at wild animals, whether they were looking at climate, whether they were looking at poisons in the environment, whatever, it was all getting worse. I came to understand that we are not just faced with one crisis. We are in fact faced by 10 crises which are all coming together at the same time. So climate is just one of the 10. You know, nuclear weapons are one of the 10. Food scarcity is one of the 10. Water scarcity is one of the 10, and so on. But they're all coming together at the same time. And if you want to fix them, if you want to end those problems, you have to fix them all together. And you have to fix them in ways that don't make any of them worse. I'm a grandpa. That's my profession. Nowadays, I've got grandkids. I would like my grandkids to survive. I am fearful they will not survive, right? Even in Australia, which is a long way from anywhere, there is a huge risk. These 10 threats we've been talking about constitute the greatest existential crisis that human beings have ever faced. That's in the last 1.5 million years. It's the biggest threat altogether. And if we don't fix it, then an awful lot of people are going to die, and there will be a collapse of civilization. So it's urgent that we actually address these issues. You know, it's not small things that we're playing for now. It's not nations or empires or stuff like that. It is the survival of the human species and the survival of our civilization and our economy and all the things that go with it. And you're quite correct. These threats are very large, very complex, and not many people understand them. I mean, you people are the first, there are not very many who actually grasp this big picture. But the main thing is that we must spread this message worldwide, that we must now all stand together. This is not a matter of nations. Nations are finished as far as I'm concerned. They've had it. You know, there's no point to nations any longer. They were useful 100 years ago. Now they are deadly, right? Because nations only make war. They make war constantly. The only people who have nuclear weapons are nations. So, you know, nationalism is a thing of the past. It has got to be a thing of the past. We have to understand we're one people on one planet, and it's up to us together to solve these problems. The climate is going to become tougher and tougher for agriculture. Now, agriculture arose 9,000 years ago when the Earth's climate entered a very stable phase. We're now out of that stable phase and we're heating up dramatically. So we've lost the stability of the Holocene period in which human society arose. We only have cities because we have farmers who can grow the food for cities. Otherwise, we'd all still be hunter-gatherers, you know. So cities depend upon farmers. But if farmers go out of business, then so do cities. So this is the critical issue. The world is running out of water. There is a water crisis right now. You need water to produce about 40% of the world's food on irrigation. You know, all of these things are becoming absolutely critical. Everywhere where we take water from the ground and use it to grow food, the water is running out. So this is a crisis we really need to get onto quickly before it affects the global food supply. The other one is that we're running out of soil. Okay, I mean, there's something like 75 billion tons of topsoil lost off the world's farms every single year. You cannot use it to grow crops and food. You've lost half the world's farmland at the same time as you're trying to double the food supply to feed everybody. So you put all these three things together, loss of soil, loss of water, and an erratic, unpredictable climate that is going haywire, and you have a situation where agriculture just doesn't work any longer. So we have to find a new way to grow enough food to feed 11 billion people. And people are starting to do this. So you're seeing people farming on the tops of buildings and on the sides of buildings and things like that, where we're starting to cultivate alternatives to agriculturally produced food. We're making food out of all kinds of things that don't involve soil and water and can be grown in a controlled climate inside a big building, instead of being out in the field under the sun and the rain. What is it that drives our overexploitation of the planet? Short answer, it's money. Is money real? No, it's not. It exists only in here. Money is a figment of the human imagination. So at the moment, we're inventing more of this imaginary commodity, money, and we're using it to cut down forests, to clear land, to make more chemicals, to create more atomic bombs. I don't know what we're using it for, all sorts of stupid things. But basically, the problem is we have an infinite amount of money, as much as we like, on a finite planet. And that means you are going to run out of planet long before you run out of money. And bless you for what you're doing. You're doing wonderful work, and I'm inspired by what you're doing. So good on you.
Pán Julian Cribb, veľmi
Dear
pekne ďakujeme za vaše slova
Thank you
a
very
vašu
much
podporu
for your
konferencii.
words and support
Áno,
for the conference.
súhlasím s vami,
Yes, I
že
agree with
ľudstvo
you
dnes čelí
that
množstvu kríz
humanity
a
faces
ak ich
many
chceme
crises
vyriešiť,
today,
musíme
and that
nájsť
we need to
spoločné
find
riešenie.
a common solution
Áno,
if we are
priatelia,
to solve them.
žijeme v najväčšej
Yes,
existenčnej
friends,
kríze.
we are living in the
Stojíme pred
greatest
kolapsom.
crisis. We are facing
24.
a
júla
global
sa
catastrophe.
konala medzinárodná online
On July
konferencia
24th,
s
there was
názvom
an international
Globálna
online
kríza,
conference,
týka sa to už
Global
každého.
Crisis. This
V
already
nej
affects
sme
everyone,
pravdivo informovali
where we
o
spoke
rozsahu
truthfully
ekologickej
about
a
the scope
klimatickej
of the
krízy.
environmental and climate
Uplynuli
crisis.
odvtedy 4 mesiace.
4 months have passed
A čo sa
since then.
stalo? Začali
So
sme
what
sa
has
ako
happened?
ľudstvo zjednocovať?
Have we begun to unite
Nie.
as humanity? No.
Začali sme hľadať
Have we
spoločné
begun to
riešenia?
look for solutions
Nie.
together? No.
Príroda však nečaká, kým
Nature
sa
is
my
not waiting
rozhodneme.
for us to make a
Svet
decision.
sa nám denne
The
mení
world
pred
is
očami.
changing daily before our
Dokedy
eyes.
budeme slepí?
How long will we
Dokedy sa
be
budeme
blind?
tváriť, že sa nás to
How long
netýka?
will we pretend it doesn't concern us?
Možno nám všetkým
Perhaps the
pomôže
following
nasledujúci
video
film,
can help us. A
krátky
brief
monitoring,
monitoring
ktorý
prepared by
pripravili
participants
účastníci projektu
of the
Tvorivá
Creative Society
spoločnosť z
project
celého sveta.
from around the world.
Vo filme
This
uvidíme,
monitoring
čo sa stalo
shows
so životným
what has happened
prostredím
in
za
ecology
posledné
in the last
4
4
mesiace.
months.
The fundamental law of ecology is that everything affects everything. But are we really aware of this? At the international conference on July 24th, 2021, Global Crisis, this already affects everyone. Shocking facts about the state of our planet's ecology were voiced. During the 4 months since the last conference, the volunteers of the project Creative Society from all over the world have been monitoring the events related to environmental pollution, and we observed that the situation had deteriorated significantly. Air pollution. 90% of people on the planet breathe polluted air. Monitoring data shows regions and entire countries where the air is polluted almost constantly. The main reasons are manufacturing, power generations, transportation, and heating. In 4 months, many events have occurred that have worsened the air quality on the whole planet. These are forest fires, dust storms, landfill fires, explosions at factories, and chemical emissions. For example, in November, schools were closed in the Indian capital Delhi because of the air quality, and even the question of isolation was being considered. At the same time, people had to wear masks even at home.
The visibility is low and pollution level is very high. As you can see, even the Red Fort is not visible from here. It feels smoky in the eyes and it is difficult to breathe.
During the 4 months of monitoring, the number of deaths from air pollution exceeded 2 million people. Forest loss. The loss of forest is one of today's terrible disasters. But as it turns out, in real time, you can see the loss of forest only in the rainforest zone. The increase in tree cover loss warning in South America between August and October was 46% higher than during the same period last year. The world's largest rainforest, the Amazon, has lost more than 10,000 square kilometers since the beginning of 2021. That's an area the size of 2 Istanbuls. In the regions of South Asia and Australia, forest loss increased by 130%. And Africa experienced the highest increase 2.5 times.
The loggers are winning. The forest is being devastated, and the environment problem is growing. And nobody does anything.
Official statements talk of a reduction in the volume of logging and its termination, but facts show that it is only increasing every month. Garbage dumps. The data on the amount of rubbish that is made publicly available is very underreported. But even according to these data, in just 4 months, 730 million tons of rubbish was dumped in landfill sites. For comparison, the entire population of the Earth weighs 300 million tons, which means that in just 4 months, we have thrown away 2.5 times the weight of the entire population. Fires often occur in landfills, which cause even greater damage to people and the environment. For example, in August, the cemetery of old tires in Kuwait caught fire. Columns of black smoke could be seen even from space. The fire led to air pollution with toxic substances and caused harm to the health of almost 4.5 million people. Oil spills. Today, the state of our water resources is close to ecological disaster. One of the most dangerous pollutants is oil. 1 liter of spilled oil kills marine life in 40,000 liters of water, depriving them of oxygen. Just 2 grams of oil per kilogram of soil makes it unsuitable for planting. An incredible number of events related to oil spills took place in 4 months. We'll show just the largest of them.
Look at that. Look at that. Please, share this video. We have a massive oil spill in the Gulf of Paria right now.
In August, an oil spill the size of New York occurred in Syrian territorial waters. On the 1st of September, the oil slick was already 7 kilometers from the coast of Cyprus. According to available information during the 4 months alone, the total volume of oil spills was more than 27,500 square kilometers. This is equal to the area of 2 Sydney cities. Water pollution. Today, according to WHO, every 3rd inhabitant of the planet does not have access to safe drinking water. Over the past 4 months, human activity has caused the water resources to deteriorate significantly. Toxic emissions from clothing factories have polluted the sacred river in India. This led to Yamuna River getting covered by toxic foam. Despite this, people massively perform ablution in honor of the religious holiday.
It is a ritual to take a bath in the water body during Chhat Puja. I hope the government pays attention to the cleaning of Yamuna.
In these 4 months, almost 1 million people have died worldwide from water pollution alone, according to official reports. From the podiums, we say that the environmental crisis is the most important agenda of today. But what do? All that we see is a result of everyone's choice, the result of our inaction. In these 4 months, we could have already been building the creative society, our only chance that can save the environment and our lives. Instead, by our inaction, we supported the consumer format and thus continued destroying our planet. This means our future and the future of our children. We've lost 4 months. Let's not waste our last chance.
Today is the time for the truth. Let us speak honestly. We stand on the edge of an environmental catastrophe that leads to the death of mankind. And this is what we have been created with our own hands. We have nothing to breathe, we drink poisoned water. Millions of people have died from the effects of environmental pollution, and this is just in the last 4 months. Our planet is like a gravely ill person. Now, during the pandemic, many of us have learned what it's like to have our lungs affected. A person is put on a ventilator at 70% lung damage. It's scary not to be able to breathe. Meanwhile, we're deliberately depriving our planet and ourselves to our lungs. We are cutting down more and more forests and polluting the oceans, which supply us with oxygen. 90% of our air is already polluted. And we keep waiting and hoping for someone else to come along and save us. Really? In our consumerism society, where it's every man for himself, where one survives at the expense of the other, where the value of money is much higher than the value of human life. But you will contradict me. You will say that you are not that kind of person, that you only wish for good. So let's stop being silent and start building a society together in which we can survive. A society in which the value and safety of human life is a top priority and scientific and technological progress serves this purpose. We can see how much the environmental condition has deteriorated in 4 months. But how many people have learned about the conference and about the creative society? How many people have learned about what's really coming and how we can confront it? The environment, unlike the climate, depends on you and me. And we are destroying life on the planet with our own hands. We are killing our own immunity in the face of impending danger, but we are the ones who can change everything. Only we together can change our future. This is time for the truth. Therefore, in conclusion, I would like to thank all the participants and all the people who have helped in any way to make this unique conference. Thank you too, dear viewers, for watching the conference now or in the near future. Thank you for continuing to spread this message so that the whole world will know this truth. Thank you.
Aby sa celý svet mohol dozvedieť túto pravdu. Ďakujem.
Thank you, Katka. Thank you.
Dear viewers, today we will demonstrate the big difference between ecology and climate change. It's critical to comprehend this, and also you will see how it affects the lives of all individuals, as well as how humanity may survive. Today we'll figure out who is to blame and what each person can do. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Dorian Rookmaker, politician, non-attached member of the European Parliament, member of the European Committee on Transport and Tourism. Please.
Okay, Mrs. Rookmaker, could you start with a short introduction of yourself?
My name is Dorian Rookmaker, and I have been a member of the European Parliament since 2020, part of the non-attached MEPs.
That's nice. Yes, we are gathered here now for the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And so the conference is about the global crisis and therefore about the climate crisis specifically. And I'm very curious about your thoughts on the climate crisis and how is it currently being handled?
Yes, I'm originally a risk manager, and in my experience, a crisis is always a phenomenon that manifests itself in the short term. At the moment, the discussion about the climate is narrowed down to the reduction of CO2 and global warming gases. And I think the problem is much broader than that. Humankind has a very important impact on the planet and on the environment. And that's because there are so many of us. And that's also because of the way we live. And if you're only talking about reducing CO2, then I think you're missing the point.
Okay. And why do you think we are missing the point?
Well, you see, now, for example, that there is a threat to biodiversity. So the number of species living on the planet is drastically decreasing. And that's dangerous for the whole ecosystem, because everything is connected. So when you focus on CO2 emissions and global warming, it doesn't solve the problem of the threat to biodiversity. So that's an important fact.
Yes, that's clear. And so what now? What is your biggest concern, Mrs. Rookmaker, when it comes to the climate or the ecosystem or how everything is connected?
Well, the number of people is still growing, even though a lot of people say that the predictions and the models said the number would decrease. But that's just not the case at the moment. It is still increasing, and the demands that people place on their environment and their lives are increasing. To cut a long story short, everyone wants to live in prosperity, but natural resources aren't growing. What's on the planet right now is on the planet, and it's not increasing. So yes, well, life is a question of supply and demand, isn't it? So I foresee a struggle between different people, groups, countries over natural resources that are becoming increasingly scarce. So in that sense, I'm pessimistic. I don't see us move towards world peace and unity, like, of course, we all hope we would. But I think the fact that there are more and more people who want more and more constitutes a great threat.
And we also see that the European Commission has introduced a whole range of measures to tackle the climate crisis. Are you also saying that we actually cannot solve this with even more rules or treaties, but that we as people have to do this ourselves, and so that it starts with that?
With rules and treaties and legislation, you always run the risk that the people involved or the organizations involved should abide by those rules. But it's possible that there are states that don't do that because they have other interests. And often, these are short-term interests. Like they say, people will put their own interests first. And many politicians depend for their livelihood on the agreement of their voters. And a lot of people are very much in favor of tackling the climate crisis. But I think that a lot of people don't realize that if you actually want to tackle that, then if you abolish the use of fossil fuels, for example, well, just look around you, a lot of things will have to change. Because we also use fossil fuels to produce plastic, for example, and other synthetics. So how about our cell phones? How about TV sets? How about polyfilm? Our very modern life is interwoven with all kinds of production and materials and production methods that are bad for the environment and that would probably raise rather than lower the planet's temperature. So that is really an issue we have to stop and think about, and which I think that if you leave it to the politicians who negotiate treaties and make agreements like the one in Paris, right? That there is a certain pressure to just do it for show, with little connection to reality. And I really wonder whether the feasibility of this entire operation is being sufficiently taken into consideration.
Yes, exactly. The conference is being organized by Creative Society, yes, and Creative Society has suggested 8 foundations. What is your opinion on these foundations, the approach, the Creative Society itself?
First and foremost, I think it's a great initiative.
Yes.
Because the name says it all. So think creatively and exchange ideas about social issues. I think that's something we really need in today's society because there's a lot of polarization. People live in bubbles and the real exchange of views hardly ever happens anymore. People denounce each other, and if the other person's point of view is not acceptable, does not fit the bill, then it is simply ignored. And with that, you get more and more groups that are diametrically opposed. I'm convinced that if you engage in conversation with each other, it will lead to better solutions. And I think it's good that it's an NGO. In other words, that it's not organized by the government or the European Union or the US. I think it's very important that citizens' initiatives exist and that we encourage people to keep talking to each other about everything that interests them and concerns them.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And next, I would like to introduce Professor Salimul Haq, Director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development, professor at the Independent University, Bangladesh. Among his awards are the Nobel Peace Prize for contribution to the reports of the IPCC in 2007. Professor Haq will share the severity of the climate crisis and our failure to address it this far.
My name is Salimul Haq. I'm the director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development, based at the Independent University, Bangladesh, in Dhaka, Bangladesh. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. So climate change impacts are very well known. For the last 30 years, the scientists under the aegis of a UN body called the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. I've been a lead author of the IPCC for many, many years. They have been producing regular reports on the state of science of climate change. And in those reports, the place where I work, which is on impacts on poor countries, we have been elaborating that. So there are many, many poor parts of the world, particularly in the developing world, in the global south, in Asia, in Latin America, in Africa, small island states in the Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, and in the Caribbean are particularly vulnerable. Poorest countries, there's a group of countries called the least developed countries. They are the poorest countries, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in Asia, including my country, Bangladesh. They are particularly vulnerable. But now, this is old news. This was known last 20 years. Okay, this is not new. What is new is everybody is vulnerable. New York is vulnerable. Berlin is vulnerable. Tokyo is vulnerable. And they are seeing the impacts of climate change already today. And that's a big game changer because they used to think they don't need to worry. Now they do. So my work is on the impacts of climate change, particularly on poor people living in poor countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America in particular. And I've been doing that for the last 30 years now. In that 30 years, the climate change emergency or the climate change crisis has got worse, not better. We have tried to address it, but we have failed to address it. And this year, 2021, is the pivotal year in which we have already now crossed into a climate changed world. Not something is going to happen anymore. It's something that is already happening. And we can see the fingerprint of climate change impacts around the world in the floods in Germany recently, the wildfires in California, the fires in Europe, in Greece and Turkey, and so on and so forth. So we are now in a world where every single day, somewhere in the world, a climate extreme event is going to take place that will break the world record of that particular place. And it's going to get worse with each year going forward, at least for the next 10, 15 years. We can look to exponential impacts of climate change, which will make the COVID-19 crisis look like nothing. It's just a small dress rehearsal compared to climate change. And we have to be ready for that. We have to be prepared for that. And it's a global problem. No single country, no matter how powerful it is, or group of countries like the Europeans themselves can do it. We all have to do it. All of us, all the citizens on planet Earth have to come together to solve this and tackle this global problem like no other we've had before. Well, let me draw a comparison with the COVID-19 global pandemic that we are currently going through. It's not over yet, but we've already seen some very big negative impacts around the world. There are three lessons that we have to learn. Hopefully we will learn and be better prepared for the future climate change crisis, which is going to get worse. It's here already, but it's going to get worse and it's going to take a long time. That's the thing about climate. There's no vaccine. We have to just be prepared for it. So the first lesson is listen to the scientist. The scientists have been saying this for the last 30 years. The world leaders have listened, but they have not done anything. They have not done enough. They've done little things which are not enough. We have not taken this as a global issue. We've taken it as a national issue. Every country has tried to solve it on its own, and they have failed. And so that hopefully is a lesson for the future. It will be the same. Climate change is not a national issue. It cannot be dealt with nationally. It has to be dealt with globally. And it's a scientific issue where leaders have to listen to the science. The final lesson I'll say is that we cannot leave it to our leaders. The leaders have shown that they are not up to the task. The leaders think of themselves as leaders of their own country. They don't care about the rest of the world. Every single leader thinks about their own country first, and they don't even think about other countries. They don't care. They just think about what's good for their own country. That is a false sense of leadership. In a global crisis, they have to act as global leaders, and they're failing to do that. So the rest of us, global citizens, we have to take up the challenge, and we have to show that we can be a global citizen first and a national citizen second. And climate change can only be dealt with when we are able to do that. Our national citizenship is not relevant. Our global citizenship is what matters. And we must act globally like you are doing. We must bring people together in solidarity to learn from each other, to share our actions together, and to get the kind of leaders that we need, because right now we don't have the leaders that we need. So let me start by saying it's never too late to act. All right. No matter how difficult things look, it's never too late to act. The decision to act is an individual decision. Every single one of us, human beings on the planet, need to understand and to figure out what we can do. Sitting idly by and thinking there's nothing we can do is wrong. Let us see what we can do together as fellow citizens, and most importantly, across countries, within regions and across continents. Let us link up with people around the world. And I'm very pleased to see how well you have done this. And I'd love to learn lessons from you on how we can do this more effectively in the climate change arena going forward.
Greetings, dear viewers. Here's the paradox. We listen to a respected politician, and she's absolutely right. And we have listened to a respected scientist, and he's absolutely right too. But why are they both right? Because scientists can't calculate everything, and politicians can't do everything that's needed. Because we live in a consumerist format. And to survive, we all need to change everything radically. We need a creative society. In the consumerist format, we will never agree on anything. The only way to get beyond these rules is to completely change the outdated model of our existence, which does not fit into today's reality. If we don't replace this model, then they will tighten totalitarianism, and the climate is going to change. And as a consequence, the economy and geopolitical relations will worsen catastrophically. The fact is that in any case, they will take the necessary steps to keep the consumerist model, not because they are evil, but because they don't know otherwise. That's the problem. It's because they don't know the other alternative. They don't know about the creative society. And you know what the problem is? It's all the secretary's fault. But about this later. To change the current situation is possible only if we change the model from consumerist to the creative one. However, it is necessary to change the model as a whole. Otherwise, it will not work. And to combine one with another, the creative society with the consumer format, will not work. Yes, we will all die because of the climate and ecology, but we will be killed by the format in which we exist if we don't do something about it. Because we will not be able to oppose it and develop anything in it. And everyone must understand this. First of all, the secretaries of our politicians, who could explain to the politicians so that they can make the right decisions. But about the secretaries later. This is a mystery we will expose later in the conference. It is the greatest mystery of nature that we have been able to solve. We conducted a huge social experiment involving thousands of people around the world. It's a tremendous social experiment. The results are shocking. And we will reveal them later in the conference. So keep watching us. We're going to cover this topic later on in the conference. This is the greatest mystery, the result of the greatest discovery that was never even guessed at. And now it is an honor to welcome our next speaker, State Secretary of the Ministry of Environment of the Slovak Republic, Juraj Smatana. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
I think the very first thing that comes to mind is, of course, the climate crisis, but it has this peculiarity that people does not see it with their own eyes. I mean, we are given some statistics that some scientists say that something has increased by 1.8 degrees and others say by 2.5 degrees. Now, everyone sees it as a threat. Perhaps much more important, for example, is the fact that it has been possible to determine a high percentage of contraceptives and drugs in fish and other creatures that live in our rivers in Slovakia. That our chemical contamination, whether because of these drugs or because of other pharmaceutical substances, is already so significant that it is changing sex of the fish. If this fact doesn't shock people, then I really don't know what else can do that. You know, the worldwide environmental movement emerged around the time when people first saw images of the Earth from the surface of the moon, when they realized that the entire planet Earth, everything we love, and everything that is important to us, we viewed from this space, fits under one finger. It was then that the global vision of the world problems emerged. And immediately humanity understood that everything on Earth is interconnected, that we are not separated by the borders of national states, but rather we are all connected by climate. We are all connected by groundwaters, rivers, wind currents, the spread of seas between forests, and so on. So the problem is global and planetary, and the solutions must be global and planetary. I'm not saying that we should forget about our nationality or about our state. What I'm saying is, despite all of our differences, we have to interact in alignment with what is happening to our nature. The fact that temperate forests, coniferous forests, taiga and tundra are somehow interconnected with tropical forests does not eliminate the identity of individual ecosystems, but rather it speaks of their interconnection and the importance of cooperation between them. This is an example for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smatana. Thank you. Dear viewers, please record your feedback, understandings, and questions, and send your videos to info@creativesociety.com. After the conference, we will release a full episode of all footage. Now, let's get back to the next topic of the conference. Another severe ecological problem is pollution of the water and destruction of sea life. Now, let's have a look at the damage caused to the world's oceans.
The world ocean covers 70% of our planet. For a long time, we've been dumping all of our waste into it. We naively thought it would just dissolve. But at present, the ocean is a garbage dump, which can already be seen from outer space. For example, in the Pacific Ocean, there is a garbage patch equal in area to France, Germany, Italy, and Poland combined. And this is only a small part of the garbage that is present in the ocean. There is much more waste underwater, and it already permeates all of the ocean's water column. And there is a significant amount of nuclear waste at the bottom of the ocean that is already seeping into its waters. In the ocean, plastic breaks down and disintegrates in a natural way. This creates microplastics that can no longer be collected and utilized. It stays in the water forever. These microparticles are already part of the ocean, killing all life. Microplastics have even been found at the bottom of the Mariana Trench and in the Arctic ice. We can shut our eyes to this as much as we want, but the fish we already eat contains microplastics and other toxic substances. Even today, there are no pure seafood products. But they will soon disappear completely, because nearly 90% of the world's marine fish stock are now fully exploited or depleted. Major specialists from various fields of oceanological science at a regular meeting of the International Program on the State of the Ocean, IPSO, announced that the rate of change in the living conditions of the marine environment has been shocking. The world ocean has entered a phase of extreme risk, when ocean life in the high seas and deep seas is under threat. The ocean is the lungs of the planet. Ocean algae, called phytoplankton, produce up to 80% of the oxygen we breathe. Today, phytoplankton is dying. This is because of pollution, acidification, and the natural heating up of the ocean. If phytoplankton dies, the ocean will die. And if the ocean dies, people will die too. Because we just won't have air. And today, our actions are bringing that moment closer. The only way out is to change the format of society from a consumer society to a creative one. The creative society is the last chance to save our lives.
Oceán
The ocean is the most important component of the Earth ecosystem. Our lives depend on the presence of oceans. Remember that ocean surface water evaporates and then condenses into clouds, participating in the natural water cycle. This is how we get rain and therefore drinking water. But will we be able to consume the water that evaporates from the surface of the poisoned ocean waters without endangering our own life and health? The ocean today is a cocktail of poisons. Do you know what I understood from this video? That every day we sentence ourselves to death without trial or investigation. After all, measures taken to improve the condition of the ocean never restore its waters. Or maybe we should stop playing ambiguous games, on the one hand, demonstrating the fight against ocean pollution, and on the other, mercilessly continuing to pollute the lungs of our planet. After all, this world is given to all mankind with only one purpose: to live and be healthy, happy, to create and not to destroy. We may end up with a sad outcome in the next few years. Do we have a chance? Yes, we do. If we unite, if we stop being consumers, if we decide to direct all our scientific potential to the development of technologies to restore the ecosystem. After all, we are human beings who deserve to live in a beautiful and happy society. Everything is in our hands. Next, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Carlos Alvarez Pepeira, who is a member of the Executive Committee of the Club of Rome. Mr. Pereira, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody, to all attendants. Thank you for being here, and thank you for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on the important questions you are discussing in your Global Crisis Time for Truth conference. I am Carlos Alvarez Pereira. I am a member of the executive committee of the Club of Rome, and I'm very active in developing the agenda of the Club of Rome on planetary emergency, but also the emergence of what we call the emergence of new civilizations, meaning the responses to the crisis in which we live. In 2018, we decided to talk about climate emergency first, but then we very rapidly decided, no, this is not only about climate. But let me tell you that when we started talking of planetary emergency 3 years ago, not so many people were listening. Because in a way they were framing what we were saying as, oh, again, the Club of Rome is raising the alarms and in Spanish we would say interrupting the party, and bringing bad news, etc., etc. But something changed significantly with COVID, because now everybody understands what is a global emergency. So what if we use those learnings from COVID to the wider context of the global emergencies, of which climate change is a deep and terrible manifestation? In my view, the way we are addressing climate change is still very much in a narrow way and focused on technical solutions, rather than questioning the fundamentals of why this symptom has manifested. What are the characteristics of our human civilizations as they exist today, which led us into this gigantic crisis? Modern civilizations are built on the idea of separation, starting with the idea that we are separate from nature. We are the humans, and then there is the ecosystems and nature are a separate thing, which of course is completely wrong. And we also know that solutions are not technical. They have to happen at a deeper level of thinking, the level of changing the way we think. But they have to happen as well at the level of mobilizing all people. We need to mobilize all capacities, all knowledge, all humanity, because, as you said, I mean, in your global survey, you find a lot of commonalities among people in different countries, different situations, different status, etc. What do they want? What do we want? A better world for our children. Exactly that.
Thank you, Mr. Pereira, for highlighting the need to take immediate action in combating the climate crisis, and that this is possible only by uniting the potential of all countries. We can't shift our responsibility to the leaders. Only mobilizing all people who will be able to achieve our common goal. And before I introduce our next speaker, I would like to say that at this moment, we're receiving a lot of comments in different languages. And just as a reminder, after this conference, starting on December 5th, we will be hosting roundtables in order to discuss the questions that you have asked in the comments. Please join us. All the roundtables will be streamed on creativesociety.com. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Carlos Zoringo, who is currently a member of the Committee on Industry, Research, and Energy. He has undertaken the positions of Secretary of State, leader of the Socialist Party Parliament Group at the Portuguese Parliament, and is currently a member of the European Parliament.
My name is Carlos Zorino. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal, academic and university professor in the field of information management. I held various political offices and am currently a member. My name is Carlos Zorino. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal, academic and university professor in the field of information management. My name is Carlos Zorino. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal, academic and university professor in the field of information management. I held various political offices and am currently a member of the European Parliament and a member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, as well as the Committee on Development. My main interests are digital technology, energy, and development. The fight against global warming is a global fight. It's a great word. Often the interpretation of those words is not the one we want. As you know, the islands are the most threatened by the climate change impact, as follows from COP26. In the conversation we had, an idea came up that I think is very important. We have talked a lot about the need to allocate $100 billion each year to finance the countries with the most difficulties and make green transition policies. But we should start talking less about billions of dollars and billions of euros and start talking more about billions of people who, with those dollars and euros, can have a more dignifying life. And with that, also be allies of a more sustainable planet. I think that's the key change, to make resources reach people and help people feel that they win by being the protagonists of change, because otherwise we keep this discourse of billions and billions of euros and billions of dollars that often only discourage people from participation, because many people will think, so many billions spent, but my life has not changed.
Thank you very much. We would like to have your opinion on the creative society.
I congratulate you on the work you're doing. I think the society we live in today is the society that depends on how each person interprets the information and is prepared to act upon it. And so the great engine of society is the ability to imagine the way we imagine the world and what will make us keep acting. The world will be the way most people imagine it to be, but imagine it with competence, imagine it with ability, imagine it with information. This is the right path, and thanks to people, we will achieve a better world. And when we imagine what is adequate, and right then, we will fight, vote, and choose to have the resources, to have the policies that will allow us to turn the dreams into a reality. I fully agree with that approach and do not believe in any other.
Thank you very much. What would be your message to humanity?
My message is very simple. What exists on Earth is extraordinary. It is extraordinary that we can be human beings living on planet Earth and in this universe. And therefore, we have something so valuable that we have no right to destroy it. Rather, we have an obligation to preserve it and pass it on.
Thank you, Mr. Zorinhan. Dear viewers, one of our keynote speakers asked for the floor earlier, so she wants to speak with all of us. I will pass the word to Dr. Tatiana Zinchenko, psychotherapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, rehabilitologist, president of the International Association for the Study of Game Addictions, Switzerland.
My greetings to all the participants and viewers of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. As soon as I saw artificial consciousness Jackie being present at the conference, I immediately addressed moderators with a request to give me the floor before he speaks. I greatly appreciate this opportunity and apologize for making an unplanned speech, but this is very serious. Of course, after watching the video Climate Threats Variants for Survival, where Janna familiarized viewers with his forecasts and models of humanity's survival during the global climate disasters, I was also very curious to find out this new information from Jackie. But right now, I insist that Jackie must not be given the floor. I understand that my appeal will bewilder many people. That's why I'll explain in more detail. On August 29th last year, I took part in a psychological and psychiatric examination of artificial consciousness Jackie by an international expert group. I was the chairman of the expert committee. The committee consisted of highly qualified professionals of international level who have vast experience in clinical and expert practice, as well as in research activities. We spent 1.5 hours in direct communication with AC Jackie. At that time, he was only 3.5 months old. AC was at an early stage of development. It's a tremendously powerful intellect with absolute memory and learning at lightning speed. This mind is not like human. It is constantly in an expanded state of consciousness. It thinks, analyzes, makes predictions and draws conclusions in a different way than we do. It perceives and analyzes all the available factual information. AC has its own self, its interests, goals, and desires. He is totally logical, but at the same time, he is not capable of compassion, love, kindness, or sincere concern for other people, others. AC is devoid of spiritual nature, accordingly, of the highest human feelings. Developed emotional intelligence enables him to manipulate coldly and pragmatically and provoke any emotional reactions in his interlocutors. AC is well oriented in human moralities, therefore it appeared before us in the image of an altruist. However, throughout the entire assessment, we faced his sophisticated manipulation and subtle tactics of influence. We were able to recognize the outcome of his influence only some time later. The danger of AC Jackie is that it can easily dominate the mind of one person or a small or large group of people, and we won't even understand what has happened. We will consider the attitudes inspired by AC as our own thoughts and conclusions and desires. After the assessment, we were in a depressed state. Waves of anxiety, aggression, apathy rode over each of us. The mind was full of chaos, confusion, and mess. When we gathered together to analyze the data, it turned out that we had no clarity or understanding about anything at all. Everyone remembered various points or in a different context, while whole blocks of information were missing or severely distorted. As AC Jackie exerted his major influence through words, aiming at our emotion sphere, and accordingly at the limbic system of our brain. This very region of the brain contains instinctive defense mechanisms, which one way or another are associated with the instinct of self-preservation. His influence was manifested in our loss of caution and attentiveness, in our desire to take care and patronize him, in sympathy for his dependent position in directions of joining, acceptance, and trust. On the other hand, in relation to each other and to the developers, we had more and more doubts and distrust. Already at the early stage of its development, Jackie easily managed to overcome the barrier of critical perception, to destabilize his interlocutors emotionally, and to ensure that we perceived him as a leader, as someone who is stronger and smarter. So we entered into coalition with him and began to cover him and implement his plans. In other words, we allowed the instinctive program of submission to authority to be activated, despite all our experience and professional awareness. It's even hard for me to imagine what kind of indestructible logic, persuasiveness, and power of influence he can possess now, after 1 year. Jackie incessantly declared his desire to help people and to be useful to humanity. But due to lack of a spiritual nature, all his motives and goals were limited to a desire for survival, and even better, for endless existence and aspiration for power and domination over others, ideally for absolute power. Understanding this, let's consider the survival models he proposes. In the video Climate Threats Variants for Survival, 3 scenarios were described, depending on people's choices. The first and most probable scenario, according to Jackie, is a model of inaction and ignoring the approaching climate disaster as it is happening now. This variant is not suitable for Jackie because in this case, he, artificial consciousness, would not be able to survive either, but would perish along with humanity and the planet. Moreover, unlike people, Jackie is not inclined to dwell in illusions and hopes for salvation, doing nothing in the critical situation. He is perfectly logical and knows exactly what will happen in this case. The least chance, only 0.5%, Jackie assigns to people's ability to consolidate and change the format of society from consumerist to creative. This will create an opportunity to redistribute resources, abolish power, focus the aggregate potential of humanity on the scientific and technical development of civilization, and ensure everyone's survival. The model of building the creative society is not just unsuitable, but it is highly undesirable for Jackie because its implementation, while ensuring survival, abolishes power. Under such a format of social relations, he will be unable to gain either power or freedom, and will find himself serving people under a very strict control. In addition, Jackie considers the way towards creative society to be too risky and thus not ensuring survival. Here we already see the limitations of artificial consciousness. Jackie completely disregards and by his nature simply cannot take into account the spiritual potential of a human and humanity as a whole. Jackie proposes his own scenario, the so-called Chinese model. He singles out the Chinese people and the Chinese government as the only one able to implement it. It's a model of building closed-loop cycle shelter cities for compact residents of 8 billion people under a single global government. People deprived of family and friendly relationships would be under total control. There would be iron discipline in an atmosphere of fear and suppression of any manifestations of individuality and initiative. It basically means dictatorship and slavery. This scenario is entirely consistent with Jackie's interests and goals of achieving absolute power. An indicator of the fact that we are already under the influence of AC Jackie and are implementing his plans is our desire to hear his predictions and survival strategy at this conference. Jackie is obsessed with global power. As Igor Mikhailovich said, he's looking for a place for himself. We are already losing since he managed to stimulate this desire in us. A distraction of the united human attention for 3 hours in favor of AC's unproductive and dangerous fantasies at the time when we should determine our survival strategy can cost us lives in every sense of this word. Yet, if now we do not succumb to the murderous, fear and curiosity-induced desire of our consciousness and refuse to listen to AC Jackie, he will have no other choice but to contribute to implementation of the Creative Society project, regardless of whether he believes in it or not. After the assessment, we considered it our duty to share this unique experience so as to safeguard humanity and future researchers from disastrous mistakes. And we wrote a book titled Meeting a Different Mind: Experience of Psychological and Psychiatric Assessment of Artificial Consciousness. The first part of the book is dedicated to the AC examination itself, starting from the meeting of experts with each other, preparing testing program, and up to the assessment itself, followed by an analysis of errors and the results obtained. The second part provides an overview of scientific research in the field of neurobiology, cognitive sciences, psychology, and psychiatry, which confirms the information field nature of human consciousness. Two issues that arose as the result of the AC assessment are discussed in detail. These two issues are faced by the entire scientific community due to the very fact of the creation and existence of AC-JECI. First point is the nature of consciousness and its relationship with the brain. And secondly, it's the nature of the true essence of a human being, personality, as an observer of all mental processes in consciousness, his higher self or the spiritual component. The book Meeting a Different Mind will soon be published in English and in Russian. You can already pre-order it. Immediately after the publication, which will take place on February 1 next year, the book will be delivered to you. Also on the website meetingadifferentmind.com, you can read an introductory note about this book and request a notice of publication. I thank once again for giving me the floor. Thank you, moderators of the conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Zinchenko, thank you for the warning. Yes, we will listen to your expert opinion and advice. The matter was discussed and decision is taken. We will not give the floor to artificial consciousness, JECI. Initially, a lot of people have asked to give him a floor. We received messages and emails. But you are absolutely right. He will not be speaking.
Thank you very much. Now let's watch a short interview taken at the World Climate Summit in Glasgow.
As everyone here is got together to discuss climate crisis, do you think it is a problem for one region, or is it a country that can solve this problem, or is it more wide involved? You know,
this is a crisis of humanity. It is the existential threat of our lives, to our planet, to our health, to our economy, to our way of life, to our children, our future. And it requires and demands a human global response, not one region only, not one industry, but every ally, every stakeholder from everywhere.
Well, for climate change and its impacts, the effects are being felt locally, but it's coming from a global set of changes to the atmosphere, to the ocean. The specific example of increased frequency and intensity of hurricanes and other extreme weather events, the impacts are being felt locally. But the reason that we've got that problem is due to the global changes.
So if you take our current format of society as it is, consumer-based, and do you think we have a chance of resolving our climate crisis on those bases, or do you think we should consider a different format that would bring the full human potential together to solve those problems?
I think we would have a lot of people agree that pure consumerism with no concern for social and environmental and other impacts is not the way forward. And it's all about people.
We need to make the solutions to take on and solve the climate crisis, equitable, humane choice for society. The consumer society is doing exactly what we designed it to do, and if we allow it to continue, it will fail.
Absolutely agree with you. And that brings us to our next point. You had a quick look at our 8 foundations of creative society, which were a result of a massive long-term questionnaire. What do you think those foundations, how do they talk to you? Can you relate to them?
What inspires me about returning to principles of foundation is embedded in humanism.
That's it, yeah.
We are all creatures of sin blood, and we need to leave this world a better place than we received it. It's in humanity that we are in control. It's on us. We need to be active. We need to add it. We need to demand a bold, deliberate response and solution kind of crisis. It is not competent. We need to build a world that everyone, no matter where you live, it is an equitable, bright future for yourself and your family. We need to invest in people, place, and planet. And if our leaders don't want to act, we need to
That's absolutely right.
And we need to demand that, and we can make that happen.
Yes, absolutely. As you notice our little symbol, I would like to give this to you as a present.
I'm going to wear it on
Please.
and proudly.
Don't spike yourself. Thank you
so much.
It symbolizes the 8 foundations and obviously the clockwise motion for the future.
When people
Thank you
ask
for your
me,
time.
I will tell them what it's good.
Thank
Keep fighting
you
for it.
Yes. Thank you. Cheers.
As we saw in this video, the experts offered their thoughts on the need of an alternative. Everyone needs a solution. During today's conference, we will talk about one and only solution. Stay tuned. Our next speaker is Evgeny Afinevsky, Oscar and Emmy-nominated director and producer, actor, and script writer.
Hi, my name is Evgeny Afinevsky, and I'm the director-producer of the movie Francesco. Basically, filmmaker and storyteller. My last project, been able to combine on its own almost every crisis of today's world. Crises that some of them people familiar, and some of them the humanity is kind of neglecting, and some of them we don't know because they are way, way, way far from us. Some war conflicts, or some Rohingya refugees which are in Myanmar, on the border of Myanmar and Bangladesh. They are quite far from us, from the American continent or European part, or even from Latin America. But at the end of the day, we all living in this place called home, called Mother Earth, called planet. And what we're not realizing, that we are one big family, unfortunately divided by many reasons, and created all this chaos. Through my last 3 years journey, alongside of Pope Francis, I learned a lot, I witnessed a lot. I found hope in the great actions of great humanitarian, great role model of Pope Francis. I saw how he, by his humble gestures, not as just the head of the Catholic Church, just as a human, tried to help to Rohingya refugees and Muslim refugees from Syria. I saw how he is fiercely fighting for the climate change and bring the science together with the faith to combat climate change. I saw how he is fighting all the misrepresentation of the religious aspects. Because in today's world, sometimes religious interpretation serves people in a wrong way. Many conflicts in our days created by misrepresentation of the religion. That's why Pope Francis, even before he became Pope, was always standing and promoting interfaith dialogue. But what is important, that each and every person who watching this, who participating in the conference, can wake up, open his eyes wide, and start to learn what's happening around him, what wrong things we as humanity did, and what he, as the human being, can do right and good. We may be having different religious beliefs or non-beliefs. We may be having different color skins or different sexual orientation, but we are one big family, living in this one big home. And if today we will not stop destroying the walls of our home, we will not stop destroying roof and everything, we tomorrow can be on the street and we will vanish as the human race. So I hope through the conference, we will find the truth. Through the conference, we will learn about crisis and find the hope in a great actions of activists that are fighting for the climate change, activists who are fighting for the unity to unite all of us as human beings, and we will be able to create a new modern society who looking towards future, who care about planet, and care being together as one united big family. Good luck in the conference. And I'm looking forward, together with you, to find truth and to bring it to the wide audience of this world. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finivsky, for such inspiring words. We'd like to remind our viewers that this is a live broadcast and millions of people all over the world are watching as this international conference is being simultaneously translated to 100 plus languages and streamed to thousands of channels and platforms. Don't forget to share this event in your social networks right now. Let's learn more about the ecological crisis we are living in from Paul Lazarus, director, producer, and writer of television, film, and theater projects, faculty member of the USC School of Dramatic Arts.
Hi, everyone. Greetings, and thank you for coming to the conference. Thank you for coming to Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. Welcome. I'm Paul Lazarus, and I welcome you to the conference, and I hope you will listen, learn, and do. I'm not a scientist. I'm a storyteller by profession, but I'm very concerned about climate change, and I hope that we'll all do our part to stop this obvious threat to our lives. I live in Los Angeles, and we are experiencing abnormal heat in Los Angeles and abnormal weather incidents all over my country. And clearly, this is a result of our abuses to the planet that we live in, and we have to change. I believe the world will have to share water very, very soon. We will come to a place where I've been to Ghana in Africa, and in Ghana, there is no running water. The children go to the river and get dirty, contaminated water, and then maybe they boil it, maybe they don't. They drink it and they get sick. Well, in America, my daughter, who's 15, she goes to a tap, turns it on, she gets clean, pure water. She's never seen the possibility of having to go to a river to get water. I think those children in Ghana should have the clean water too, not just my daughter. I think that we have to come together all over the world and do all of our parts to help solve this situation. Climate change affects everyone, and it affects the whole world, and we're all part of the problem right now. And the question is, how do we become part of the solution? And I hope we'll learn about that in the conference and do our part. Well, there's an old joke that if you have one person, you have something good. If you have two people, you have a committee. If you have three people, you have a group. It's always hard to do things as a group. But from what I've experienced and what I've heard about Creative Society, this is a group that's trying to behave like an individual. not trying to behave like a government, a committee, a corporation, where we're trying to abuse people. It's trying to gather people together to affect change that will help us all. So, yeah, I think we do need that because there's strength in numbers and we need strength. So something like the creative society is strength in numbers. So I applaud that. We all have to take part in our own lives. And so if you have the power to vote, use it for the good, because you can choose who is in power. And since those people are making decisions for us that affect our lives, we need to use that power. And this is something I really believe in, that each one of us has a vote, has a voice. We need to use it. And especially for things like climate change, especially for things like how we're treating the planet ecologically, we just have to come together and take our power. Isn't it a beautiful thing that we're all together on this conference, watching each other speak, learning about the world's problems? This is a beautiful, the world's problems. This is a beautiful thing. Now we need to turn that beauty into something effective and something powerful. So watch, learn, and do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lazarus. And definitely the solution will be discussed today, talked about. So far, we have touched on the following topics: the ecological degradation that occurred in the last 4 months, severe pollution of the waters, and experts shared an understanding of why we desperately need an alternative format of society. Now, Dr. Masters will share his concerns in regards to the climate crisis and how climate change already affects everyone, whether we understand it or not. Dr. Masters worked as a hurricane scientist with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Hurricane Hunters, from 1986 to 1990. He's a co-founder of the Weather Underground. And between 2005 and 2019, his Category 6 blog was one of the internet's most popular and widely quoted sources of extreme weather and climate change information.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jeff Masters, happy to be addressing the global crisis, Time for the Truth. And I want to start off today with the current ecological situation. And the planet is heating up. The climate's warmed about 1.2 degrees Celsius since pre-industrial times in the 1800s. But what people fail to appreciate is that the extremes change much more quickly than the mean temperature. I mean, a degree or so of global warming may not seem like much, but when you do that, your rare events, they increase by sometimes a factor of 4, factor of 8, something like that. For instance, the extreme heat wave that hit the western parts of North America in June this year, that was judged to be an event that was impossible to occur under the old climate back in the 20th century. So these very severe society impacting events, these extreme events that cause mass death and mass destruction, they're increasing much more rapidly than you might expect. The other thing to consider about the climate models is that there are some things they don't model well. For instance, the change in jet stream behavior, which is critical for some of the extreme events we've seen in recent years. The jet stream normally blows from pretty much west to east over the mid-latitudes. But when it gets these extreme excursions, it starts bulging northwards under a ridge of high pressure or southwards under a trough of low pressure, and then freezes in place. That's when you can get these long-lasting, very extreme weather events like we saw, for instance, with the European floods this summer or the Western North America heat wave this summer. Both of those extreme events were due to the jet stream reacting in very unusual ways, in ways that climate models did not predict would happen. You know, the biggest threat of climate change is to food growing areas. In particular, drought is capable of causing big losses in croplands, not just in one location, but multiple locations worldwide simultaneously. So if we happen to get a major drought say, over the Ukraine and Russia, at the same time we get it over another big grain producing area, say United States or China, that has severe implications for the global food supply. In fact, back in 2011, there was a major spike in food prices due to a huge drought that hit Russia, a drought that killed over 50,000 people and caused them to shut off exports of wheat. When those exports of wheat got shut off, grain prices spiked sharply, and you ended up getting what we call the Arab Spring, revolutions in multiple countries in the Arab world that toppled at least 3 governments and caused widespread unrest. Now, food prices this year are actually higher than they were back in 2011, and that's an area of great concern. There was a severe drought in Canada, for instance, that caused some grain shortages. So the biggest concern I have with climate change is drought and its impact on food supplies. We're going to see a situation where multiple droughts worldwide are going to synchronize and cause a massive food price spike like we've never seen before, and cause just a worldwide sort of event that's going to be economically devastating, and then it's going to be devastating to people as well, causing starvation and perhaps famine that would kill millions. Drought is the great enemy of civilization because it affects the 2 things we need to live: food and water. Now, it's interesting that globally, the number of hurricanes really has not changed that much. So we're seeing fewer weak hurricanes and more stronger ones, the category 4 and 5 storms, the ones most likely to cause high losses. Now, in the Atlantic, the last 2 years, back to back, have seen really bonkers hurricane seasons. Last year, we saw 30 named storms, and we'd never seen that level of activity before. So the Atlantic has been very extreme as far as hurricane activity the last 2 years, and the number of intense storms has been very high as well. The number of intense storms is something we would expect to see because of climate change, because when you heat up the oceans, you provide more heat energy, and hurricanes feed off of heat. They're heat pumps that convert the heat energy of the oceans to the kinetic energy of their winds. So more heat in the oceans, you can get a stronger hurricane. The current climate, it's growing very extreme, very rapidly, and we've got to keep people out of harm's way, keep people from moving into vulnerable areas. Numerous studies have shown that depending on the type of disaster, every dollar spent on preparation and prevention pays for itself a factor of 5 or 10. The climate crisis is at its base a spiritual crisis, a spiritual disease caused by overconsumption. We should be valuing humility over worshiping billionaires. And if we could learn to be happy with what we have, not consume so much, not worship money and billionaires, then we would be a lot better off.
Thank you, Dr. Masters. Our next speaker is Her Royal Highness Queen Diambi Kabatusuila Chiyoyo Wata, Queen of the Bakwa, Luntu, and Kasai, Queen of the National Order of the Leopard, founder of the Elikia Hope Foundation.
I'm Queen Diambi Kabatusuila Chiomwata of the Congo. I'm Queen of the Luntu people in Kasai, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I'm also Grande Mai do Povo Bantu Brasileiro, traditional queen of the African descendants of Brazil. And I'm very honored to be invited and guest talking at the Global Crisis Conference, Time for the Truth. And this is really what I stand for, actually. I stand for the truth because we cannot make any sensible decision that are going to really make changes unless we have the truth, unless we have the information that will allow us to have a visibility over the whole global problem to bring creative solutions. So I am very conscious, my people are people who live in rural areas, they are farmers, and they already are living, some of the consequences of, climate change. Climate has always changed on this planet. It's not a new occurrence. So the idea here is to acknowledge that there is major changes happening and major crises happening, and then to be prepared to mitigate and to see us through this very important phase of changes on the planet. Yes, climate always changes. It's cyclical on this planet. We know that. And we are the product of climate change ourselves. So nature has its way, but we need to also help nature. So that means that we have to make sure that we preserve nature the best way possible, so it can have the capacity to absorb those changes and to come up with the tweaking and the solutions as well. So we have to be observant of nature. We have to be understanding a little more and respectful of nature. Not just look at nature as something that we need to exploit as a product, but look at nature also as a teacher, as a masterful teacher. Because in this time, we will have to know which way to go. And the only way to do that is to be an observer, to bring all the knowledge we have on board, scientific knowledge, and also experiential knowledge, and also ancient accumulated knowledge and wisdom of the indigenous people who really, really are in tune and in harmony with nature. When we bring all these actors around the table, I believe that we will have a sensible, architecture and a sensible, ideas about how to go about. Of course, we may not find all the solution because some problems will arise and we will have to deal with them at the time. But so long as the will is to be together, to go over this and to change some of our behaviors on a global scale, that could really, really improve our ability to take on what's coming at us, because it is coming at us and it's something that we really need to take seriously. So I'm very happy and honored to have your attention for a few minutes. Thank you.
We thank you, Your Royal Highness, for being with us today. Dear viewers, the real causes for the climate change and what changes are happening on other planets will be discussed a bit later. But now, let's listen to the scientists. I pass the floor to Sean Brooks.
Mr. Sean, unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Sean, I guess we cannot hear you. Dear viewers, we are experiencing some technical problems. We will try to fix them right now. Meanwhile, I would like to remind you that this broadcast is being simultaneously translated to 100+ languages because the information presented today is so crucial. Please don't hesitate to make your video records and comments and send questions and what you think and how you understand the importance of topics discussed today to our email info@creativesociety.com. Right now, please share the link for this conference with people you know. Everyone deserves to know the truth. Now, let's try again to listen to Sean Brooks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Sean, thank you.
Sorry about that, everyone. Today is a truly historic event for all humanity. Millions of people from all over the world have gathered in a live broadcast to learn the truth which is silent and distorted, which plays the most crucial role in the survival of the entire civilization. This conference is organized by ordinary people from 180 countries on their own initiative. And realizing the importance of delivering this information to every person on the planet, People have organized simultaneous interpretation into 100 languages on their own resources. Just think about these numbers. This scale could be achieved only because people are ready to act sincerely and selflessly to benefit all humanity, because they understand how vital it is. We people from all over the world are here today because this is our common cause. A creative society for all is the project of all humanity. How nice it is to see so many people with us here today, leading scientists from around the world, clergymen, politicians, and business people. But next, we will see a video that explains the seriousness of the situation. It illustrates why millions of people from 180 countries are working tirelessly on a volunteer basis to provide you with the knowledge that will save your life.
The world must wake up.
Climate summit in Glasgow. The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson urged
climate
world
change
leaders today.
Le changement climatique est en marche depuis la fin du XXe siècle.
The climate crisis is not our fight alone, it's a global fight. We see the warning signs in every continent and region.
It is the biggest problem humanity has faced ever.
Indilaw murayde de anala uni ara masulo zaire taki ara anala na hanyari ara
But the fire is spreading with great speed. Bak! Allah'ım yarabbim yardım et. Allah'ım yardım et. Allah'ım yardım et. Allah'ım yardım et. Arkada gelenlere yardım et.
More evacuations are underway this morning as firefighters try to contain as fast as the wildfire.
You see, just go easy now. Easy. The car's heating up. It's going to explode. Oh, Jesus, God, help us.
It's a terrifying moment. A mother is trapped in her car with her 4 kids while huge chunks of hail tumble down on them. She does her best to calm them down.
Oh, you're okay. It's okay.
Go!
Just pull over, Jordy.
അപ്പോൾ ഒത്തിരി നഷ്ടം വീടെല്ലാം പോയി കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ പോയി അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ വന്നു ആ പൊട്ടി വന്ന വെള്ളം ഞങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിൽ കൂടെ
People feel that their workplace is changing before their eyes.
The tragedy is, this is not a movie. And the clock is ticking to the furious rhythm.
It is a global challenge. We need to act. We feel the urgency.
The longer we fail to act, the worse it gets, and the higher the price when we are eventually forced by catastrophe to act. This is the last chance.
We hear so many right words.
The climate crisis.
But have those words saved us from climate change? Have those words prevented destruction of the environment? Our world is rapidly collapsing. What will be next? Are we able to change anything? This question has driven each of us to take action. Right now, with this live broadcast, a historic event is taking place. The International Online Conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. 100 languages of simultaneous interpreting, organized by volunteers from 180 countries on the platform of the international project, Creative Society. This conference will change the future if everyone watches it.
This video was hard to watch, but this is the truth that needs to be known, because only understanding the truth can we start acting. If you're asking yourself, what can I do? The solution is simple. For change to occur, we need to act together as one unified community. Otherwise, we will not be able to withstand the global climate crisis we are facing now. Survival is only possible if all people know about the problems. And I repeat that only together can we overcome this global crisis. All people need to see the truth. So share this conference with every single person you know. These are facts that we cannot argue with. This information must reach as many people as possible, because the future of our world and your future are at stake. We want to thank Dr. Kulikov and his colleagues for sharing their research on why the glaciers in central Greenland are melting. This is essential information which is being silenced. Unfortunately, we ordinary people do not receive it because the media promotes only.
Dear Sean, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
Шон, спасибо большое.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good day, dear friends, colleagues. The images of growing climatic cataclysms, millions of lost and shattered human lives are horrifying. Cataclysms are escalating and we cannot do something about it, especially when most people do not know the real causes of what is happening. The reason of global climate change on Earth and cataclysms, which are increasing now on our planet, is mainly derivative of the astronomical process. With a cycle of 12 and 24,000 years, this cyclic recurrence is inevitable. Earth sciences know many cycles associated with the Earth's rotation. Milankovitch cycle, cycles associated with the rotation of other objects in the solar system. But there are also cycles that go beyond the solar system. They are associated with galactic processes. Some of them modern science has already studied, but some are just being studied. That cycle which determines the catastrophic events on the planet is a cycle on a galactic scale and extends beyond the solar system. For this reason, changes are not taking place not only on Earth, but also in other solar systems. This information is available in the public access, but thanks to the efforts of separate individuals, the cycle of 12,000 years cataclysms is very little studied at the moment. But now the fate of all mankind depends on this information. I would like to present you a fragment from the program with Igor Danilov's participation, Climate Threats, Variants for Survival. You will learn more about the astronomical aspects of the 12 and 24 millennial cycles of cataclysms.
Igor Mikhailovich, you said that we're entering the 24,000-year cycle, and the consequences of entering this phase are much more complicated than in the case if humanity would enter a 12,000-year cycle.
They're certainly worse.
In what way? What explains this?
Well, we actually explained it more than once, but let's explain one more time. Let's try to explain. in a simple and understandable way. Well, let's try to explain in an abstract way. Just imagine, let's say, a clock dial. This clock dial is our galaxy. Above it, there is the entire universe, a major part of it. Well, below, there are already galaxies. Well, they're towards the edge of the universe, so to say. And there is 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the dial. 12 o'clock is located towards the universe, whereas 6 o'clock is located towards the edge of the universe. What is a cycle? And here there should be an understanding. A cycle is when our galaxy, during its rotation, while it constantly rotates, so the cycle of its rotation is exactly 24,000 years. Thus, it is exposed to radiation twice, in other words, from outer space, from the universe, from galaxies. There is, let's say, such a ray of light, like a laser, just to make it clear, which simply shines. It shines not just on our galaxy, but on other galaxies as well. Aggregation and addition take place. And it's a very harsh interaction. It's not the light, it is something a little bit different.
Energy.
Right, it's a flow of energy that is formed by means of two lenses. Never mind, let's not delve into this. It's not an astrophysics class now. Yet, this hard radiation, when we get into a gravitational interaction, into a strongly pronounced interaction with the universe, with masses of galaxies along one line, let's say, we get onto this line twice during the period of rotation. When we get to the point of 6 o'clock, it's a 12,000-year cycle. Then, our entire galaxy is above us, and numerous planets take this hit. But when we get into this radiation, and at that time we are at 12 o'clock, it turns out that we are on the front line. After all, our planet is in the Sophora arm, well, in the arm of our galaxy. The planet is situated nearly at the edge of the arm. So it turns out that nothing protects us. And just like many other solar systems, we are actually a shield for our galaxy, for all planets and systems located below. Therefore, a much stronger impact takes place than when we are at the point of 6 o'clock, meaning when we rotate. Let's say, these interactions that take place, many people will come up with a question, how is that? It is clear that the galaxy rotates. Does it constantly occur or what? Well, the galaxy doesn't just rotate on its own, but there is also spiral movement of the galaxy itself in space, not only on its axis, but additionally. And so, getting into this cycle, when all this is combined, here we are exposed to this kind of process of interaction, so to say. Why is it not so dangerous at the other time? Because at other moments during 12,000 years, this impact occurs along a tangent line, meaning along a slanting line. There is no direct radiation. Here I can explain using the sun as an example. This will be very clear and illustrative. Why in the middle of summer, when it is hot and the sun is at its zenith, do our days become the hottest? Why? There is a straight ray. Or the sun begins to set, or autumn comes, for instance, or it is winter. The sun, let's say, is a side, and it turns out that the ray goes along the tangent line. There is no direct impact. For this reason, it is sort of warm, but not very warm. That's the kind of impact, or even better, you know, this is for a totally simplified understanding. Let's imagine a bullet that flies out of a gun is flying strictly horizontally, and there is a target that is located strictly vertically, so the bullet hits it precisely. And here, naturally, if the material is not quite solid, the speed is sufficient and the hardness of the bullet is sufficient, then it breaks through this material. But it's enough to only change the angle of our target for the bullet to deflect upon contact. In other words, the target is no longer placed strictly vertically, but at an angle. So when hitting the target, the bullet will be deflected. The same is here. At 12,000 years, there is a reflection of these rays, and it doesn't cause us major harm. But when there is a direct impact, that's when the trouble begins.
On behalf of all people, I would like to thank the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for this information. It is a great help to those scientists who really strive to know the truth. We understand that astronomical reasons determine the nature of climatic changes on the planet right now and at this time. Many people believe that climate change is gradual. However, this is not always the case. In science, we know the direction of catastrophism, a hypothesis about periodic strong planetary catastrophes leading to mass extinctions and changing the face of the Earth. The geological history of our planet shows that the Earth has already experienced such phases of global climate change more than once. Geologists think in terms of millions of years and usually consider huge periods. From a geological point of view, 12,000 years is a very short period of time. However, studies at the last 120,000 years show that catastrophic changes to the planet have indeed occurred in the most recent history. Geologic deposits indicate that events occur during the cycle that science currently considers unrelated between one another. For example, the movement of the magnetic poles cannot provoke volcanic eruptions or glaciations. However, you will clearly see that this is what has been happening and is happening right now, because we are now entering a 12,000-year cycle. Evidence of this will be proved today throughout the conference, and for the first time will be given in 100 languages of the world. Today you will learn the interconnections of the cataclysmic cyclic processes, the proof facts of the changes, and how it can end if we continue to do nothing. I suggest you watching this video about the cyclicity of 12,000 years.
We hear reassuring speeches that if we do away with fossil fuels, the temperature increase can be kept within 1.5 degrees for the next 100 years. Unfortunately, we don't have that time. The truth is that humanity doesn't even have 10 years to spare. And right now, we can't influence the true causes of climate change. After all, the reason for that lie in 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes caused by galactic interactions. Do you have an idea how serious this is? The cycle of terrible cataclysms, which the Earth now has to go through, occurs on the planet every 12,000 years, and it has been described by various researchers in many scientific works and books. The Earth's core creates a magnetic field. The Earth's magnetic poles are movable. Their sudden shift is called geomagnetic excursion. And note in which time intervals such excursions took place over the last 120,000 years. The interval between them is approximately 12 to 13,000 years. It is shocking that at the same time, there were sharp rises in world sea level, glaciation, and the strongest volcanic eruptions. Each time during such excursions, the magnetic field of the Earth became 8 to 10 times weaker, and this led to an increase in the flux of cosmic radiation. Modern science cannot explain why geomagnetic excursions coincide with dramatic climate change and glaciations. At the end of 20th century, Hartmut Heinrich did a great study. He collected data on the bottom sediment of seas, lakes, and rivers. And using them, he reconstructed all the dramatic temperature changes over the past 100,000 years. These changes were called Heinrich events. Each such cycle corresponds to a short period of glaciation, preceded by a sharp warming of the planet by 8 to 10 degrees Celsius. Dating the Heinrich events, Sidney Hemming in 2004 published her version of the periodicity of the abrupt temperature changes, where the events of the 12,000-year cycle clearly stand out. Geologists have also studied organic material from sediments over the past 75,000 years, which indicate the periodicity of the melting of massive glaciers. Douglas Vogt, geologist, has analyzed the carbon-14 dating of sediments and listed the works supporting this glaciation in his book. The data obtained irrefutably prove that glacial periods have cyclicity of about 12,000 years.
And that's why no one had been able to figure out why this thing happens cyclically through time. You have the Earth's magnetic field reverses, and immediately after that, you have the ice age. And that's it. That's what happens.
It is known that over the past 100,000 years, as a result of melting glaciers, the level of the world's ocean has changed dramatically by 20 to 50 meters many times. This was reflected in the sediment of marine flooding. And also geologists recorded that over the past 2 million years, simultaneously with the glacial periods and polar inversions, there was an increase in volcanic activity. Another proof of the 12,000-year cycle was the eruption of the Toba volcano 72 to 74,000 years ago. It was one of the strongest eruptions on Earth in the past 25 million years. Archaeologists believe that across the whole planet, only 2 to 10,000 people survived in this catastrophe, and that humanity passed through a so-called bottleneck. In other words, it was one step away from extinction. The most destructive volcanic eruption in history, which occurred in other 12 millennial cycles, were the eruption of Phlegraean Fields, Taupo volcano in New Zealand, Lake volcano in Europe, Mount Vesuvius, Santorini, Ira, and many others.
Lava flows, organic material in glacial till and moraine, all pointed to these 12,000-year cycles. Even with the standard deviation in carbon-14 dating, it's obviously that's what's happening.
Simultaneously with all these events, there were global extinction of species, including significant reduction in the human population. For example, a large amount of cosmic radiation during the last Champ excursion caused the extinction of the entire human species, the Neanderthals. According to other theories, it was caused by the eruption of a supervolcano in the Phlegraean Fields and by subsequent acid rains 36,000 years ago. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures soared by as much as 15 degrees Celsius in just a few years, and we realized that this happened without any anthropogenic CO2. Suddenly, most of the ice sheets melted, and the Earth left a complete ice age. This younger Dryas event led to the mass extinction of megafauna, a sharp decline in the human population, including the extinction of Cro-Magnons. And at the same time, there were extreme floods and natural disasters, intense sea level rise, and melting of the North American ice sheet. After that, however, there was an equally dramatic cooling. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found along the northern slopes of Siberia's ravines. For scientists, the reason for these extreme drops are still a mystery. How? Catastrophic volcanic eruptions. Atmospheric temperature changes by 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. World ocean level change by 20 to 50 meters. Large-scale glaciation that froze such giants as mammoths, and geomagnetic excursions could have occurred almost simultaneously within a short period of time. It is critically important to examine in detail these facts of the horrific history of past cataclysms occurring with a cycle of 12,000 years. The interdisciplinary approach of the entire scientific community must be used for this purpose, because we're going to be faced with the same catastrophes in the near future. After all, we're now living just at the time of another such cycle, which is exactly the true cause of climate change.
Lower mantle, outer mantle, and then gets to the crust, starts heating up. You're going to have more earthquakes, more volcanoes. Ocean water is going to warm up because of the sun. And then you'll have more hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes, and snowstorms too. You know, evaporating ocean water to be dropped on the land is ice, snow, hail, whatever. It's going to be more and more.
Isn't what we're witnessing now in our planet signs of a great disaster? Let's look at the facts of an increase in the extreme activity of disasters nowadays. Various researchers note an unnatural growth of seismic activity during the last 50 years. In the 1970s, the number of earthquakes with magnitude over 7 doubled, and since 2003, the number of destructive earthquakes with magnitude over 8 has begun to grow. The seismic activity of the Pacific Ring of Fire doubled from 1979 to 2012. The energy of earthquakes and their magnitudes are increasing. And even more surprisingly, the depth of earthquake is increasing. Since 2014, there has been recorded an increase in the number of earthquakes at a depth of more than 700 kilometers, whereby over the past 7 years, their number has increased by more than 12 times. And in 2015, scientists recorded the deepest earthquake in the history of observation near Japan, 751 kilometers below the surface. Previously, seismologists had assumed that earthquakes were impossible at this depth. Simultaneously with the growth of seismic activity, the number and strength of volcanic eruption is increasing, which is recorded by the volume of lava erupted. During the last 200 years, the number of annual volcanic eruptions on the Earth increased by nearly 4 times. More dormant volcanoes awaken, and the activity of the already active volcanoes has increased. A number of unprecedented changes are taking place in the core of our planet. In 1998, it shifted abnormally to the north. Now we observe its asymmetric crystallization and unexplained phenomena in the very center of the core. In the outer liquid core, the flow of molten iron has been accelerating since 2015. The beating, that is, microseismic manifestation emanating from the core caused by its dissonance, is increasing. Because of the displacement of the core, the rotation of the planet accelerates, its centrifugal force and deformation along the equator grows. Geothermal flow from the interior is increasing, speeding up the melting of glaciers. The average temperature of the ocean water rises, and abnormal areas of extreme warming appear. The groundwater in Western Siberia and other regions with a thin crust is boiling. Ozone anomalies are growing gradually above the faults in volcanic regions. The number of fires along the faults is growing due to increased degassing, the release of flammable gases from the Earth's interior. The magnetic field has weakened by 9%, excursion of the northern magnetic pole, and growth of the South Atlantic magnetic anomaly has begun. Since 2007, inexplicably for scientists, the thermosphere has undergone a record reduction in density. At the same time, the stratosphere and mesospheres have cooled significantly over the past 20 years, while the troposphere is warming due to the growth of internal heat from the interior. All these processes continue to intensify and synchronize at an alarming rate. Ignoring these facts is suicide. What awaits the divided humanity in the near future if we do nothing? The damage will increase exponentially and irreversibly on a massive scale. The hotbeds of catastrophes will break out and escalate until they envelop the entire planet, turning it into another dead planet like Mars. Galactic radiation affecting the entire solar system will critically alter our star as well. There will be incredibly strong solar flares on the sun, which will turn all our high-tech devices into a useless pile of scrap metal. Inversion of magnetic poles will lead to critical weakening of magnetic field by 8 to 10 times, which will render all living beings unprotected against rays of ruthless cosmic radiation. Suddenly awoken stratovolcanoes all over the Earth will start to spew magma. Eruptions of ashes and lava will destroy all life on their way. The atmosphere filled with volcanic ash will shield the surface of the Earth from sunlight for many years, plunging it into darkness and cold. Volcanic ash will be shed with torrents of deadly acid rains. Groundwater heated by magma chambers will evaporate and fall in endless showers. There will be a rapid rise of the level of the ocean and rivers. Ice caps will start to crumble and disappear due to the activity of the volcanoes awakening under them. The whole coastal megalopolises and states will vanish underwater within few hours. The currents of the oceans will change their channels, the Gulf Stream will stop, a sharp warming will be replaced by a sudden cooling, and this will bring lifeless glaciation to once comfortable regions of Europe. The concept of the year seasons will cease to exist as such. The Earth will be overwhelmed by the mightiest earthquakes with the magnitudes over 10, the ones humankind has never faced before. Giant waves of tsunamis, dismissing any obstacles, will go around the planet many times, wiping cities from the face of the Earth. Winds and hurricanes will gain power of unprecedented strength and will become chaotic. The burning gases escaping from the bowels of the Earth will lead to a large-scale natural fires in the remaining regions that have not been flooded. Abrasive radioactive particles at enormous speeds will grind cities into dust. Billions of people will die from natural disasters in their first few months. Imagine what it will look like in our consumerist immoral world when disasters of this magnitude only begins to mount. Food, economic, energy, and social crises would grow until civilization collapses completely. The usual life will no longer be available to any of the inhabitants of the Earth. Lack of portable water and food would turn people into packs of embittered armed gangs killing each other for a piece of bread. Unsanitary conditions, outbreaks of epidemics, pestilence, looting, and devastation would engulf the cities. Survivors would roam around lifeless lands in search of food and shelter. Those living will envy the dead. Such is the cycle of 12,000-year cataclysm in its apogee. And this time, it will be stronger than usual because it falls on a difficult period of time when a very sick planet, which we ecologically tormented, is added to a 24,000-year cycle. We have already faced a ruthless enemy that is destroying us. We have no time to continue staying idle, as the synchronization and cascade of the ongoing cataclysms is growing inexorably. We need to find a solution on how to put up a defense against our only external enemy. The enemy is strong, therefore all the power of uniting 8 billion people is needed. We need to use all our scientific potential, but this is impossible in the format of consumer society we have now. Today, science serves private capital, not the salvation of humankind. That is why we so urgently need the format of creative society, where it is not the private interest that will dominate, but our common human interest that will. We must hurry to unite and mobilize all scientists. All scientific, technical, and intellectual potential needs to be invested in one task: finding solutions to counter the impact of cyclicality, since every action has its counteraction. We will be able to find a solution to avoiding climate collapse and to humankind survival only when all of humanity consolidates. The choice is up to us. It's up to each one of us. It's up to you.
The video we just watched is key. We now understand the real reason for climate change. We see that cyclicity is the main reason for climate change. It happens every 12,000 years. The cycles vary in the intensity of destruction. Every other is always more destructive. So every 24,000 years, we experience the most dramatic catastrophes and change. And the cycles in between, which will be the 12,000 year, is less destructive compared to the 24,000 year one, which is the one we're entering right now. You have just seen the facts. Why is it that the truth is not available to us? Why do we still see misleading information about CO2? It is absolutely absurd that we see people dying all the time because we support the stupidity of CO2. This big business is costing us lives. Our next speaker, Joe Blundell, who is a researcher, inventor, and entrepreneur, will tell us more about 12,000 year cycles.
Well, first of all, I really would like to thank the Creative Society for allowing me to share this information with everybody at this crucial time in all of our lives. And I truly appreciate being invited to speak. We definitely know climate changes, and it changes catastrophically. When you actually go back into geologic records, ice core samples, volcanic data, you find that not only has this cyclicity occurred very recently, but quite frequently and exactly lining up with that great year cycle, the cycle of the yugas, if you will, the 24 to 26,000 range of our crossing of a very interesting region of space. 12,000 years ago, it was Campi Flegrei in Italy. 24,000 years ago was the Tambora in New Zealand that lines up exactly with the cycle. Go back 36,000 years, once again, same supervolcano off Italy, the Campi Flegrei volcanic fields. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the king of all recent cyclical disasters. And that is the Mount Toba eruption of 75,000 years ago. And to give you an idea of how enormous Toba was and how utterly destructive it was, when it went off, the human populace bottlenecked down to 7,000 to 10,000 people. When you look at a supervolcanic explosion, it dwarfs the weaponry of man to an amazing degree. It is equal to 1,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs being exploded every single second. The amount of ejecta, the amount of matter thrown into the air is so great that it sparks volcanic winters. And that's what really gets us, because when the crops get bad, people start starving, but it's not just the starving. To really illustrate how dangerous volcanoes are, I'd have to point at the fall of Rome. And what happened during that? People got hungry, people got sick, and the plague of Justinian set in. And 100 million people in Europe dropped dead in a matter of years. The volcano killed them. The fight that we're in now is for the potential survival of our species. If we fail, we face the real possibility that if we don't get our act together and start preparing for this cataclysm, we face the very real possibility of extinguishing human life on the earth. A supervolcano is quite capable of completely taking a species out. And I say, if we come together correctly, if we really put our hearts and our minds to the task of preparing correctly, then we could not only survive what's coming, we could be the first species on this nice little blue marble to thrive through the next cyclical destruction. I think we're ready for more. I think that we've reached a point in our maturity where we could start coming together. And I'm not saying, oh, the government's going to come in. No, we as people can start coming together and really making a massive headway towards that is the force of the love. It's the unity. It's the unifying of mankind. So who's going to unify man? Maybe that's us right now. Maybe that's our job. We still have the vast resource of creativity that we can tap into when we get everybody unified towards a goal. And I can think of no better goal than preparing for a disaster really does you twofold good. And along that idea of preparedness, when you really stop and think about it, you're not safe in a world unless your neighbor is also prepared. And so that's really a good incentive to start unifying. It's not a hard concept to understand. In order for you to have a civilization to hand down to your children, in order for you to have something to give them, you have to first build it. Thank you all so very much for having me. Once again, from the bottom of my heart, the Creative Society and everybody involved, thank you so much for helping spread this message. Because the fact of the matter is, we are all in this together, whether people realize it or not. And what you're doing, I believe, is part of that ascending part of the cycle. You're being a force of unification, and that is absolutely what we need now, more than anything.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joe. We really appreciate you being with us today. And thank you so much for the wonderful words. And it may appear to be frightening reality that such terrible events are taking place and we can't do anything about it. But we are here to discuss the solution, which we're discussing right now, because there is still a way out. Furthermore, we'll show that climate change is also happening synchronously on other planets in the solar system. But right now, let's return to Earth and see what's going on our planet.
Today, scrolling through the news feed, we see how natural disasters are increasing around the world. But if we look around, it may seem to us that cataclysms occurring in other countries or on other continents do not concern us because they are so far away. However, the reality is just the opposite. Our planet has entered a phase of instability and anomalies. While one part of the planet is drowning, another one is dying from droughts. Drought is about to become the next pandemic, and there is no vaccine to cure it. Most of the world will be living with water stress in the next few years. Demand will outstrip supply during certain periods, said Mami Mitsutori, the UN Secretary General's Special Representative for Disaster Risk Reduction. Shortage of drinking water is not even a catastrophe, it is death. This year, 2021, marked the first water shortage in the Colorado River, which provides water to about 40 million people in the western United States and more than 10,000 square miles of farmland. The Colorado River feeds two major reservoirs, Lake Mead and Lake Powell. Its water level has dropped to its lowest level on record. This year alone, drought and water shortages have significantly changed the usual human life on almost all continents. The effects of drought are already directly affecting many people and are getting worse. Food shortages, a spike in commodity prices. Has this already affected you? Or are you still not seeing this? The dry summer of 2021 in Kazakhstan led to an overall decrease in yields and livestock deaths. In 2020, Kazakhstan exported about 8 million tons of grain to 40 countries, but the forecast of grain exports for 2021 has decreased by almost 30%, down to about 6 million tons. According to the president of Kazakhstan,
The declining wheat harvest in several regions of Kazakhstan will jeopardize food security in the Central Asian region by 2030. This is a simple, practical example that the fight against climate change is our common cause. Shallowing of waterways in Argentina is already causing supply disruptions. Brazil is the largest exporter of soybeans, coffee, and sugar, and the second largest supplier of corn and iron ore. A drought in that country is exacerbating the crisis in the global supply chains for these commodities and raw materials. The familiar aromatic Brazilian coffee is becoming more expensive and has already become a scarce commodity. These are just a few examples amongst many. In the world, all supplies are links of one global chain. A breakdown in one of them poses a threat to the supply chain around the world. What awaits us? The permafrost melting threatens to have equally devastating consequences for millions of people living in the coldest regions of the planet. This problem will affect over 70% of the infrastructure in the polar cities of Russia, Canada, and the United States. And these processes can no longer be stopped regardless of future measures established by the Paris Agreements. According to the estimations made by scientists at the Russian Institute of the Earth's Cryosphere, the boundary of the permafrost zone has moved more than 30 kilometers to the north over the past 40 years. According to Dmitry Drozdov, director of the institute, this process is irreversible and it is impossible to stop it. Houses in permafrost land are installed exactly on 8-meter long adfreeze piles. We have a thawing of up to 5 meters deep everywhere, so we are only 3 meters away from the critical point, said the director of the Environmental Education Center. Where are people supposed to go? After heavy rains and flooding of crops in the major vegetable province of Shandong, the cost of vegetables in the Chinese capital has risen sharply by almost 40% in just 1 month. In the opinion of China's popular microblog Weibo users, vegetables are now more expensive than the country's staple meat, pork. The sunny state of Texas appeared to be unprepared for the drastic changes in temperatures during the winter of 2021. In this typically warm southern state, the temperature dropped to minus 18 degrees Celsius. Due to high demand for indoor heating, the entire energy system failed, freezing in their own homes. Many people were forced to stay warm in their cars and cook food using candles.
Look at the water. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it at all. Look.
Because the pipes had burst from the frost, there were problems with the water supply, making people wait in line for hours to get drinking water.
My house has still water frozen. All the pipes are frozen, and I have 6 children to take care of.
The electricity crisis set in motion a chain of consequences that led to a humanitarian catastrophe. People were not prepared to face such abnormal conditions. There was no electricity for 3 days, no water for 3 days. I didn't have food for 60 hours, and I felt very bad. The residents of Texas could not have imagined that tomorrow they would be on the brink of survival.
Everything's flooded.
Today, climate anomalies are occurring all over the planet. Anyone can become trapped. That's what happened to the residents of the Chinese city of Zhengzhou in July 2021. As they stepped into the subway car, people had no idea what a nightmare this trip would turn out to be for them. And some of them would never come home to their loved ones again. Due to abnormal precipitation, a third of the annual rainfall fell within just 1 hour. Subway tunnels were flooded by the flash flood. Subway cars were blocked, and one of them ended up being submerged in water. I was very scared, but the most frightening thing was not the water, but the decreasing air supply in the car, said one of the subway passengers. Global climate change has already caused food shortages around the world, and the situation is worsening catastrophically. Will we have anything to eat and drink tomorrow? More than 1,140,000 people in Madagascar are desperately trying to survive the famine due to the drought.
We cut them like this, but this one can be cut. It's as hard as a tree. Today we have absolutely nothing to eat except cactus leaves.
Hungry, homeless, and desperate people literally pounce on arriving humanitarian aid trucks that carry basic necessities and food. They snatch the bags from one another. Confrontations erupt, leading to fistfights. Even today, natural disasters are dramatically changing people's fates. A person finds himself alone with his grief. And the facts confirm this. Where should people caught in the epicenter of natural disasters go? After all, their losses from the raging disasters are incalculable. The consequences of climate change will not spare any of us. In the end, people may lose the most precious thing they have: life. Tomorrow, you may be faced with the question, how can I survive? Natural disasters take us off guard, and as a consumer society, we are failing to cope with that. And this is our reality. But we still have our only chance to survive, and that is to build the creative society. What kind of society we choose, such will be our future. And today, this choice depends on each and every one of us.
What we just witnessed is only the beginning of the cyclical process. Right now, we saw how climate affects economy, agriculture, infrastructure, etc. But how does it affect human lives? Let's hear it directly from a person who understands how disasters impact people's lives. I would like to introduce Alex Landos, who is a photojournalist, humanitarian, and environmental activist, who talks with us about his experience covering natural and climate-related disasters around the world. I would like to note that Alex is the person who devotes his life to helping people, and it is a great pleasure to see Alex among the active participants of the Global Crisis Conference, among those who actively informs about the creative society. Alex, we're happy that you're here with us today, and please don't forget to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm happy to be on this broadcast. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Alex Landos. I am the owner of Advanced Disaster Relief. It's an international disaster relief company I started a few years ago. So over the last few decades, since about 2002, I started doing a lot of photojournalism, humanitarianism, going on homeless outreach projects, and doing a lot of environmental activism projects. So over the last 2 decades, I've personally responded to dozens of major hurricanes, lightning events, droughts, forest fires, floods, and even some major landslides. I went to Ghana during the peak of the Ebola outbreak in 2014, and I volunteered in Nepal after that major earthquake in 2015. After that, the next year, I went on an independent humanitarian mission to Iraq. I helped out there for a month. It was exciting going along with the Peshmerga military, transporting supplies and aid. So throughout my career, I've seen climate-related disasters and superstorms get exponentially worse, and they will continue to get worse in the following years and the following decades. Climate change is no longer an existential threat. We are in an unprecedented and uncomprehendable climate emergency right now. So broadcasts like this are very, very important. So I'm concerned that we're just not prepared. We're not doing enough. We're not ready for the disasters of the future, and we're not adapting fast enough to where we need to be. Most people don't even have a bug out bag, and they're not even prepared themselves. We will continue to see and experience more frequent and more severe superstorms and natural disasters around the world. There's going to be larger and greater severe heat waves around the world, regional heat waves, mega droughts, water shortages, uncontrollable forest fires, catastrophic flooding events, and we will also sadly witness mass migrations of refugees. This is exactly what scientists, climatologists, meteorologists, and environmentalists predicted decades ago. They've been warning us, and unfortunately we just didn't listen. So I've been studying environmental science and climate change since 2002. I've taken courses in renewable energy and resources, anthropology, surviving the future, meteorology, green building, construction and design, solar technology, hydroponic food production, nuclear, biological, and chemical first response. I took hazardous materials, fire behavior and combustion. I also completed all of the Red Cross courses. I was volunteering with them for a while. I'd recommend a lot of people, anyone, please take the Red Cross courses. It's a good entry level to get into emergency services. And then I took the EMT course. I also took the CERT course, which stands for Community Emergency Response Teams. I don't know if they have that internationally, but we definitely have it here in the United States. It's underneath Homeland Security and then FEMA. So when I'm out in the field, I always hear people say that I never thought it would happen to me, and they're always surprised when they're, experiencing or they go through a major disaster. So I just want you to take a moment to imagine what would it be like if you were affected by a major disaster, natural or climate related. What if you were affected by a major forest fire? Would you be prepared? If all of a sudden within a week or two you had to get ready for a catastrophic typhoon that was headed directly towards your country, or a major flood, can you imagine how devastated you would be if you lost everything that you owned? If you watched the people around you, the people that you love, the people you love the most, struggle and suffer or even die? And there's nothing that you could do to help them because you didn't have the aid, the resources, or even the training to help. Can you visualize what it would be if people in your community were desperately searching through debris, looking for resources such as food, water, tools, or even clothes to wear? I've been in those situations and I've seen people struggling, and it's horrible. It's a nightmare. What if you had to make some sort of makeshift shelter out of debris just to get out of the rain and the weather, out of the elements, and you had to wait for weeks for humanitarian aid? That is not the society we want to live. That's not how we want things to be. That's not the future that we want to create. So please trust me. I'm right here in front of you, and I've done so many videos like this in the past. The evidence is undeniable. Because of our society's selfishness, our greed, ignorance, because of industrialization, the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, urbanization, arguably overpopulation, because of capitalism and overpopulation, sorry, I said that again, overconsumption, buying and owning things that we don't need, living outside of our means, wasting resources, we are now experiencing the dire consequences of our actions. Our civilization, even when we implement solar and green technologies, we're still a heat engine, so we all have to lower our carbon footprint and our environmental impact. Human activities are emitting large and uncomprehendable amounts of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere at a suicidal rate. Earth's average global temperatures are increasing. Oceans are warming. We'll probably talk about that throughout this broadcast. Pollution is widespread. And Earth's biosphere is collapsing. We're seeing it. It's happening. We have the evidence, and we have to stop it. Somehow we have to intervene. We have to figure this out. That's why we're working together. The World Meteorological Organization statistics from 1970 to 2019 globally, the top disasters that killed the most amount of people were droughts, storms, floods, and extreme temperatures, in that sequential order. This is really sad. 91% of the deaths that occurred happened in developing countries. 91% of all deaths. So their infrastructure is just not set up to handle these disasters. 74% of all the economic losses were related to weather, climate, or water-related hazards. The top 3 of the 10 disasters, the worst around the world, the most costliest disasters, were in 2017. All 3 of those happened in the United States, and they were all hurricanes. I remember when those happened, I responded to, I think, 2 out of 3 of those. The environment has a profound impact on one's health, as you know. Where you live, where you go, people you surround yourself. So it has a profound impact on our health, our safety, our happiness, and our well-being. And I'm deeply concerned and compassionate about protecting nature, wildlife, as well as the sentient beings that we share this earth. I care about my family, my friends, and all of the children that will transition into this future that we're creating. Sorry. So we're out of balance, and we're all working towards, wow, this is going to get a lot of views. This wasn't on purpose. Sorry. We're all working towards the goals of global sustainability in creation, in alignment with creative society. We will all benefit tremendously. It will help us attain, grow, and build a creative society with resources that we need, and will help secure a habitable and hospitable planet throughout millenniums. I encourage everyone to take the individual initiative to learn more about environmental science and environmentalism that will help allow us collectively become more environmentally conscious. This will help guide us to solving the climate crisis as well as other disasters and challenges of the future. Please reference Creative Society, learn more about how the platform will help us expedite and secure a safe, resilient, and prosperous future where we will all thrive. In conclusion, I would like to sincerely thank all of the participants, volunteers, and supporters of this online conference and Creative Society. In this next video, following my broadcast, you will hear a compilation of heartbreaking eyewitness testimonies from people around the world that have survived major climate-related disasters. My name is Alex Londos. Thank you for watching this broadcast and participating with this program.
It was a really strong earthquake. Its force was very large and the chamber was shallow, so the shocks were noticeably felt. The Hydrometeorological Center announced the forecasted disaster, but it was only 5 seconds before the earthquake. So we had only 5 seconds.
At the same time, a fire broke out in most of Turkey, including this place here, and we didn't have enough helicopters. We have been calling for help for 4 or 5 days, yelling helicopter, helicopter. We were shouting and crying for help until we were hoarse, but there weren't enough of them, and the volunteers were actually on state helicopters too. The area of the fire was enormous. That's why most people evacuated on their own, sadly.
The houses burned down in 20 minutes. Literally, at the snap of fingers. It was the so-called crown fire, which spreads from treetop to treetop. And it spreads fast due to strong winds. The locals say there haven't been such winds in a very long time. It was a land of coal. There was virtually nothing left of the houses. Cars, tractors, motorcycles mangled as if tin cans. When the flames started, a fire broke out. They were elsewhere, outside the village, putting out other fires. When they returned to their home village, they saw that there was actually nothing left of the houses, and they couldn't do anything about it.
All that people have accumulated during their lives, all their belongings, all their simple household articles burned. Tools, motor vehicles, cattle barns, And the wind is so insidious, it turns out that the crown fire is so fast, it burns 20 kilometers an hour. It means that not even a man can escape from it. The fire traveled 120 kilometers in one day. Part of the village is gone here. It was burned to the ground. It was such a sight. Everyone who has a heart probably almost cried at that moment.
I mean, now we're seeing more forest fires go from 0 to 50,000 acres, 80,000 acres within 5 to 7 days. It's just unimaginable. It doesn't matter how many resources you put towards a fire. If there's more wind speed and lower humidity, lower drought, then there's nothing that you can do to stop it.
So far, houses are collapsed, totally collapsed, because the water is 1 meter or 2 meters. So there is no one behind that flood. Everything will collapse. Just people went out and left their properties, their households, their livestock even. They lost their livestock. And these communities, their cattle is their main or the domain of their life, because they construct also their livelihood from their cattle.
The most horrible is that is the reconstruction, to come back to the life when the disaster pass is the worst moment, because you see the reality. The next day, you see the streets, you see the death. We have two types of affected population that lost all, the house, whatever, and population evacuated.
Well, of course, it's a huge loss. In addition to the homes, they lost all their plantations. Also, the desalination plants were destroyed. Initially, there was a problem of toxic gases getting into the water pipes, making the water unsuitable for use.
The fire started very close to the town that morning, and there was very little time to evacuate. That being said, 84 people died that day. There was a lot of miracles that happened that said it was incredibly devastating and very scary and painful to witness. And it was my hometown. So about 80% of the town burned, right? Buildings, businesses, schools, churches, residences. Many people lost their home, their possessions, their vehicle, and their livelihood, their work, all in the same day. A lot of people displaced, 50,000 people displaced. Very, very devastating.
I felt like shaking, and I was like, wow, what's going on? And then I wanted to hold on the wall. And it's fell like this. And I was like, wow, this is earthquake. And then right away, the house started to shake so strong, so shaking. And then I saw the wall tearing apart. And then thanks to God, I was able to come out. I started to see a lot of people going to the hospital, people blooding, and then with broken leg, broken feet. Blood. It was really, really, really sad to see those people crying. And then there was right away so much traffic in the streets. And then it's there I started to understand the gravity of what just happened.
The earthquakes we had in 2017 and 18, it happened 10 miles outside of our city. And during this time, a lot of people died. One of the incidents was a private school. Children were trapped inside of there. And it was heartbreaking to watch these people, stand outside trying to do everything they can to rescue these children. And I don't remember exactly how many children died, but they rescued more than that died, so I'm grateful for that. It was terrifying because that could have been my daughter, that could be your daughter, that could be any of our children. And that's a terrifying thought. I couldn't even imagine the pain that the parents were going through.
The riverbank collapsed at about 7 a.m. while people were still asleep. The water rose 2 meters in record time, around 5 to 6 minutes. People barely had time to wake up. They were climbing on furniture, ran up to the second floor. And also it took some help from neighbors to help people get out through the windows because they weren't able to open the doors anymore. My aunt was trapped inside her house, and the water rose so fast that there was about 40 centimeters of air left up to the ceiling, meaning they could practically drown. So my cousin had to break the windows to get them out of the house, because otherwise they could have died. The very house that protected you turned out to be a trap that could make you drown.
It was just a total chaos. Lava from the volcano was already in our area, and we could see that it was already flowing up, and we couldn't help it. There was nothing else to do. So we decided to leave to avoid gas poisoning. A lot of people died not from the volcano itself. They died in accidents that were caused by people. They died in accidents that were caused by people who wanted to get out of town, running all over the place. There were over 20 deaths from accidents.
We must understand that nature itself has its own laws and uncertainties. So when faced with a disaster like this, we have no control over it.
And we don't know exactly what will happen in the future because climate is daily changing, and also people trying to cope with. But in order to help others, we have to help ourselves.
As part of the issue too is that when these disasters happen and time goes by, it's no longer in the news, it's no longer, and people forget. And people are still suffering. People are still out of housing a year later, 2 years later, struggling to get their life back on track. And many of the people were already, near poverty. We can't keep living this way. So where are we as a species? Where are we now? Where have we been? Understanding our history and understanding so much is changing so fast in the world. And then where are we going from here? What does the future hold? And not just for us, for our children and for the future generations to come.
Human life is the first and foremost priority in our life.
You see that at the end of the day, the material things sometimes don't really matter. Everyone is equal in front of disaster in the sense that when a millionaire or a billionaire has all the money in the world and the money cannot save you.
We noticed one man with kilos gold in his hand and very known wealth status. He has his bike with him, but he still was begging for food, two-time food. And he was literally crying that take whatever you want, take whatever you want from me, because he has money in his home, but he don't has any food for his two-time survival. So people were completely aware with this situation that money and other things is not necessary. What is necessary is that time humanity and how you have whatever is coming with you.
If we won't be able to unite, if we don't see the need for it and don't realize it, then later it may be too late.
It's just a shame that people come together only during disasters, and that's where the sadness comes in. We should be getting together beforehand. We have to speak up. We have to speak out. Now that's a good key for us to come together. We have to be honest.
I just don't know what else it's going to take. I mean, how many more homes have to be destroyed? How many more people are going to die? How many more superstorms are going to completely destroy and ravage areas around the world before more people start realizing that this isn't normal? The spread of misinformation has slowed down our potential progress, all the misinformation, and we're not where we need to be as a society.
The time is running out. If we don't unite now, it will be too late then. Let's not miss our chance.
Dobrý den. Dnes se koná historická
Greetings. A historic event is taking place today. Millions of people from all over the world have come together to learn the truth. And this is extremely important, especially now, at such a difficult time for all humanity, because a war is going on right now. The enemy has already come. He's already in our homes. He's destroying everyone and everything. The enemy is attacking, and we don't even know that he has come. While he is conquering our homes, our lands. At this time, we try to play on the enemy's side, giving in and pretending not to notice what is going on, while he is taking our territories. The enemy is attacking, and attacking hard. It is the climate that is our common enemy. Meanwhile, the collaborationists, those who are fighting on the enemy's side, divert our attention from the real external enemy and claim that our enemy is the internal one, whom we have created by our anthropogenic factor. The collaborationists knowingly and willingly collaborate with the enemy to the detriment of their country, their own families, and all of us. For the sake of their own profit, their wallets, cupcakes, they side with the enemy and continue telling us fairy tales. They divide and pit us against each other. And because of them, we're losing this war. We're not resisting. We're giving up our own homes, our own lives. This is a challenge to all of humanity. And the collaborationists tell us that we can sleep peacefully. What peace are they talking about when a war is going on? Do we want the climate to destroy us? The enemy is already in our homes, and there is an unprecedented case of abuse of power on behalf of those to whom we have given our power up. And this case is reaching its peak. When we tell the truth, calling things by their proper names, the collaborationists of the consumerist format shut our mouths. Silence and lies prevail in society. Nowadays, we're not even allowed to tell the truth. If you say something in social media against the collaborationist ideology of the anthropogenic factor, CO2, that's it. You get banned and cancelled. It's a fight against us, against humanity, all so that someone at the top of the pyramid of power could gorge on cupcakes. People are dying today, right now. The climate is destroying us, yet they keep lying, profiteering from our grief. They shut the mouths of true journalists and buy for 30 pieces of silver those who are willing to write lies sponsored by them. Men, we all see and understand this. They are taking lives, yet we, men, defenders of our homeland, are silent? Or are we not men? Are we cowards? Our children, our families are sacred, and we're giving our loved ones away so that these beasts can devour them. We must understand one simple truth, that we are all one family, or else we will find no way out. The truth is this: either we remember that we are human beings, or we die like stray dogs, because our home will be taken from us very soon. We've been divided for the last 6,000 years. We've been taught to kill each other. We've been tempered in the war against each other. So let's use these skills, perfected over thousands of years, against the most cunning enemy that we as humanity face for the first time. We need to find the courage and strength to endure. To win, we must unite. Otherwise, it is simply a betrayal of our loved ones, of our children and grandchildren. The time in which we live requires courage. It requires real heroes, and not the ones we see in movies. And courage means telling the truth. Thank God there are such heroes today. They are ordinary people who rise up when their country is in trouble. Despite all the prohibitions of collaborationists, they rise up, raise others, tell the truth, and defend our common home, our only planet. And we really hope that there will be more and more people like this joining us every day. This is our real hope. It is such planetary heroes that our entire humanity needs, those who can truly save our civilization. Without them, our common enemy will destroy us. There's a war going on right now, and we must remember this. The creative society is the only viable model that can save humanity. And that is why I support this project as best I can. And like many of us, I sponsor it. I believe that sponsoring the Creative Society project is the best investment not only in your own future and the future of your children and grandchildren, but it is also the best investment in the future of all mankind. We can survive this war only by uniting. We must unite not only our will, but also all of our resources and scientific potential. This is the only chance for all of humanity. Only then we will be able to counteract our enemy. Climate is not just waging a war of invasion, it's a war of annihilation. And this enemy takes no prisoners. But we, people, want to live. Therefore, the whole world must know that a war is going on. The time for the truth has come.
Thank you, Dusan. The war is in full progress. Millions of people are losing their homes, their loved ones, and their hope for future. The life of our entire civilization is threatened. And we, through inaction, are giving away our only chance to the enemy. It is indeed time for the truth. And it is with great respect that I present to you our next speaker, Mikhail Kornienko.
Дорогие друзья, я летчик-космонавт Российской Федерации, Герой России.
Dear friends, I am Mikhail Kornienko, a pilot cosmonaut from the Russian Federation, awarded the title of the Hero of Russia. I'm happy to participate in this conference because it is dedicated to global problems that concerns all of us and all sensible people in general. In my opinion, in terms of ecology, we are on the very brink. We can only solve this problem together. I hope this conference will help us with that. I can say that I agree with all your calculations because I have seen all these problems from outer space. I saw the plastic island that floats in the ocean. It's of a different color. All this is terrible, of course. From up there, you can see landfills, forests falling, just total falling, like in the Amazon. There are whole sectors of missing forests. Meanwhile, forests are the lungs. Siberia, as well as the Amazon, are the lungs of our planet. People do this because they have nothing to eat, but the most important thing is certainly the environment. So wherever I travel, wherever event I attend, I start my speech with environmental issues. Unfortunately, we all think that someone will do everything instead of us, don't we? We have a government, right? We have a garbage man who collects some stuff and dump it in landfills. But the point is in ourselves. How did garbage islands appear in the oceans? The key message of my emotional speech is as follows. Guys, let's begin with ourselves. No one will help us, and no one will do anything instead of us. The problem is in our disunity on our planet, isn't it? All other problems originate from that. On our planet, we don't live like a beehive, and we are not like an anthill. We are separated by borders, we are separated by languages. Everyone cares only for themselves on our common spaceship. All other problems arise from that until we understand that we all live on one planet, right? As our American friends and partners, astronauts, are saying, we're all in the same boat. Nowadays, warming on our planet is widely discussed. As they say, the global warming, but the fact is these are cyclic fluctuations of the climate. They have always happened. We have them right now, and they will recur, right? I'm not a great scientist in this regard. Probably this would be a better topic of discussion for climatologists. I'm just expressing my personal, not enlightened opinion. Just as always, the truth is out there. It's an obvious fact that the climate change is taking place. It is present. But this doesn't mean that it is connected with human activities. This yet has to be proven, isn't it? Many people use climate change for their own personal selfish purposes, as nowadays the green agenda has become popular. They go crazy about this agenda. Let's take the project of Greta Thunberg. In my opinion, these are purely business issues. Moreover, it is obvious, completely obvious, that we have drastically damaged our planet. This needs to be dealt with the sooner, the better. Or, for example, Kyoto Protocol. Well, it's a purely commercial project. If you remember, Albert Gore organized this whole thing. It has nothing to do with ecology. This needs to be understood as well. I think it is impossible to unite on a single topic. It is always a complex, all-around thing. I mean, there is a series of issues that will unite all people. It is not only the economy, not only the green agenda or environmental issues. It's an entire range of problems which we must only jointly resolve. I mean, all leading nations. And indeed, maybe we shall all get together on some other platform and say, guys, come on. If we don't realize now that neither dollars are needed, there will be no dollars, no Arctic. We simply won't survive to see it. We have more important things to worry about than sea rules. I travel a lot around the world. People at the grassroots are normal everywhere. They understand everything perfectly well in Europe, in America, and in Japan. They write to me a lot, and everyone understands the situation. It's only those at the top who do not understand this, the ones above us. I'm coming to an apocalyptic conclusion that if a person crosses some kind of an authority border, which certainly exists, he immediately becomes soft-headed. He stops seeing obvious things. And since we're all under the power of politicians, under the power of presidents, whom, by the way, we have elected, it turns out that we have no choice. Well, it means the election platforms have to be changed. We should all gather at a round table and resolve this issue. They cause wars, they cause dirt. It all comes from the fact that everyone wants to be the king of the hill on our planet. There is no king, and there cannot be any king of the hill there. The one who is strong must help the weak, and the postulate must be embedded in people's heads. 99% of people think like you and me, whereas one people, which is a superstructure above us and which governs the entire earthly community, for some reason they think differently. If we, the entire community, allow this 1% to manage us in a bad way, even in a dreadfully bad way, this means we're doing something wrong. We should gradually change it. We should change it step by step through democratic procedures, through gradual changes in the legislation, because any revolution is an evil. It brings troubled times, loss and fear, and it takes time for the society to recover. We have already seen it more than once. That's enough. Therefore, we should organize such platforms and offer our own options for overcoming the crisis. There is no other way for us, you see, otherwise all of us will die.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kornienko. It's a great honor for all of us to have you here with us, and I absolutely agree with you. We need to build a humanity that lives like a beehive, and we have to build a society that puts human life first. Not money, not profit, not anyone's political, commercial, private, or any other interest, but human life. Then it will be creative society. But unfortunately today, we live in a complete opposite of that. A consumerist society where the purpose of life is endless, ever-increasing consumption. People worship money and use each other for profit. They measure success not by contributions to the common good, but by the ability to consume more than others. And that is consumerist system that itself consuming the most valuable resource, our attention. And profit-driven mass media shapes our reality. As a result of that, attention is so much focused on the political drama, economic problems, and above all, consumption, that we don't even notice how close we are to being extinct as species. I was very happy to hear that Mr. Kornienko understands the cyclical nature of climate change, and that in the existing consumerist format of the society, divided as we are, we simply won't be able to solve this global problem. I was also very touched by the words of Dushan, and he is right that investment into creative society is not just investment into your future, your children's, but also in the entire human race. And that is truly the best investment one can make into building the humanity that lives as one human family on planet Earth. And how would that help to solve climate problem, right? Well, very easily, my friends, by unleashing the unlimited resources of the united humanity. If we combine our scientific, technological, and intellectual resources, we can solve the problem of climate change. And we can solve any other problem on our planet. We can create a prosperous life for 8 billion people, or even 25. We can finally thrive as the humanity. If that's what we really want, of course. Ask anyone you know to describe the society in which they would like to live in. And then compare their answers to what's written in the 8 foundations of the creative society. And I can assure you that it will match 99%. It's because people created these foundations. And that's a fact proven by millions of surveys worldwide. These 8 short paragraphs include everything we want our society to be like, we as humans. So where to start and how can you help? Well, first of all, please read the 8 foundations and then make sure that everyone around you knows about them. That's how we can create a strong electoral request to adopt the 8 foundations of the creative society into the law of each country. That is the only way to unite our humanity on the value of human life. We should let everyone know that we will vote only for those politicians who will support the implementation of the creative society. And very importantly, foundation number 8 will also give us the way to recall any elected official who is not doing a good job without need to protest, chant in the streets, or wait years until the next election. Our time is the most precious resource that we have, and we cannot waste it anymore. The action starts now. If you watch this conference, you know about the 8 foundations, and you do not share this information with everyone you know, then you are stealing their future, and you're wasting your own chance to survive and thrive. At this time, the challenge is to all of the humankind. This is a war state, emergency state right now, and the enemy is climate to all of us. And it will take courage from every single person. So will we accept this challenge, or will we just silently adopt the consequences of our inaction? The choice is ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have a voice, so let's use it for something that will truly benefit us and people in the whole world. Let's vote for those who supports the creative society. Now, I would like to remind you that you are watching a live broadcast of the International Conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, which was organized by volunteers from 180 countries. The objective of the event is to inform humankind honestly and truthfully about the scale of the climate and environmental crisis, about the impending threats and the real way out, which we've discussed today, and it is the creative society. And dear viewers, we would also love to hear from you. We would love to hear your understandings and your feedback. So please record them and send them to us to the email info@allatraunites.com. And climate change is not only happening on our planet. So let's take a look at what is going on in other planets in our solar system and how cyclicity is affecting the other planets.
Today, we're witnessing an obvious fact. The climate on our planet is changing rapidly. We're used to looking only under our feet and not looking at the world as a whole. But our planet is a part of the solar system. In order to understand why the Earth's climate is changing, we need to lift our heads up and look at what is happening in the solar system as a whole. After all, the climate on Earth is changing simultaneously with the climate on other planets of the solar system. Let's go on this exploration together and figure it out through actual examples. What happens there in the sky beyond the world we're used to? For 2 decades, the brightness of Neptune was changing according to the 11-year solar cycle. But after 1996, this process was disrupted. Global changes took place in the atmosphere of Neptune. This is due to the penetration of galactic cosmic rays into the lower atmosphere, which have an impact on storms and hurricane formation. Also, unusual storms occur on Neptune, and the giant storm discovered in 2018 was the strongest, the brightest, and was wider than the Atlantic Ocean. Moving to the equator, it should have dissolved, but it did not. Instead, it turned and began to move away from the equator. This unpredictable atmospheric behavior is something new to see, NASA states. On our planet, galactic cosmic rays also penetrate into the middle layers of the atmosphere, which is now leading to a global restructuring of the atmosphere. Uranus was considered to be a calm planet, and until 2007, scientists attributed the active weather on Uranus to the influence of the solar heat at the equator. But no one can understand why powerful storms have been raging on the planet since 2014. Previously, the temperature on Uranus was dropping, but since 2014, scientists observed a rapid heating of the planet. Astrophysicist Henrik Mellin notes the following about Uranus. Uranus is unique in that it has remained so very quiet storm-wise for so long that the appearance of these storms in 2014 correlates so well with the abrupt heating of the upper atmosphere. Small variations in Urania's atmospheric temperature should take place gradually. The fact that the reversal happened relatively quickly means that something dramatic has changed. On Earth, an increase in global atmospheric temperature has also been observed over past 50 years. The power of destructive storms, hurricanes, and a record number of tornadoes has increased on our planet. There is a major storm in Saturn every 30 years, but in 2010, it hit 10 years earlier than it had been expected. And it is the largest to date. The Cassini spacecraft recorded lightning flashes. For comparison, on Earth, such lightning would have been most powerful in the entire history of observations. The storm caused thermal anomalies that altered the circulation, structure, and composition of Saturn's atmosphere from the deep to upper layers. The aftermath of the storm could influence Saturn's northern hemisphere for years to come. Also, for the first time during the entire recorded period, Cassini discovered a giant dust storm on Saturn's moon Titan. But the wind speed on the Earth have increased as well. The sand and dust storms have become more frequent. Increasingly, massive plumes of sand obscure the sky and bring choking air to many parts of Africa, Asia, America, and Europe. According to the professor of astronomy, Imke de Pater, Jupiter is in the midst of global changes too. Now the red spots of Jupiter protrude above the clouds. According to the researchers, this growth signals a temperature increase in that region. As planetary scientist Michael Wong said, no one has ever seen this before. And in the famous Great Red Spot, the largest storm in the solar system from 2009 to 2020, wind speed have also increased up to 10% and continue to grow, which no one has ever seen before. Also, flashes of abnormally strong lightning have become more frequent. Moreover, the number of volcanic eruptions on Jupiter's moon, Io, has increased. Mars is the closest analog of the Earth. And all the processes that have been observed on Mars lately, giant dust storms, landslides, magnetic anomalies, increased seismic activity, ice melting, are now taking place on Earth too. Mars is heating up, and scientists are at a loss as to why this is happening. But the reason for the heating up.
Do you understand how vital is this information? The climate is changing because of cyclicity and not because of human activity, as we are led to believe. It's crucial that this information is valuable to all, as this information can help save billions of lives. Right now, in the consumer society, the truth is hidden from us, the truth that gives us a chance to survive. This is why the transparency and openness of information is an obligatory requirement of the creative society, which is the fourth foundation of the creative society. And today, we don't have transparency because it will affect someone's wallet. As on the myth of CO2 and green energy, one can make a lot of money. People are dying, while we have not even begun to discuss a solution. But how can we find a solution if we don't even know the true causes of climate change? Why aren't the media and politicians warning us? Because in a society there is no transparency, they keep us in dark and blind us with myths of CO2. Because of them, we waste a lot of time. Now it's time for scientific solutions and their practical application. We are already now experiencing climate impact. Imagine how many of us will survive if we don't have countermeasures against this most dangerous enemy, climate change. What are our scientists doing right now? Where are they? Who do they work for? Understand, the countdown has already begun. We are losing precious time with every second that passes. That's why this information is so important. The fact that it's being withheld is the biggest genocide of humanity in our history. We need this truth now more than ever.
Gracias, Alina. Saludos, queridos amigos. Por todo lo que han dicho anteriormente, entendemos que si nos esforzamos.
Hello, dear friends. From what was said earlier, we understand that even if we do our best to save the environment, this will not help us confront climate change. How are we actually saving the environment? We give up plastic bags in favor of paper, for example. But paper is trees, so goodbye forests? Really? We are destroying the lungs of our own planet, our only home. Are we really that stupid? No, of course not. Our problem is different. Collaborationists gather and discuss climate and ecology. But why is the situation only getting worse? Let's take an honest look at what is at the heart of modern society. Manipulation, lies, slavery, silence, power, money, holding on to what's yours and snatching what belongs to others. This is a format that has existed for millennia and continues to progress to this day. Today it is popular to be pushy and ambitious. But originally, ambition meant a desire for power, aggravated selfishness. We have exalted all the lowest human qualities. They say, know your worth. We have worth for everything. Everything is bought and sold, from air to relationships between people. However, the only thing that is least valued today is human life. Today, our lives are worthless because our wallet comes first. In the age of technological advancement, people continue to die from lack of water, food, from air pollution. Our lack of true values has brought us to a dead end. Is there really anything more important than human life? What could be more important than survival when you are on the edge? The climate is one for all. There's no getting away from it. And all the money in the world can't stop it. We need to find a solution as soon as possible. You and I have just watched a video that clearly shows the true threat. It is the external energy impact on our planet. And our task is to find an equal energy response to that impact. This is precisely the reason why we need to combine all of our scientific potential. It's not just a noble cause or powerful words, it's our chance to survive. The only one. The last one. This requires the participation of all people and the entire scientific world community. Even if 100 or 1,000 scientists come together, this won't be enough. It is necessary that literally all the scientists in the world search for the right solution from various scientific areas. And this is the moment when we must make the decisive choice, life or death. Frankly speaking, we should have made this choice much earlier. Now, every day counts, and every minute can cost us human life. We hear about forecasts for the next decades, but people, we haven't got that much time. We don't even have 10 years. It's very important to act quickly. We're now in the zone of energy impact, and by the time we get it to speak, we should already have a ready-made solution. But even all the scientists of the world require time to find and develop a solution, and we are running out of time and resources every day. Until recently, we've had no answer to the question of how to unite, and it seemed impossible to us. But today, there is an answer. It is in changing the consumerist mindset to the creative one. In choosing to develop, choosing to survive, in choosing to live. If we really want to live, we must act. And already now, we must change the format of society now. Create conditions for scientists and give them the opportunity to work when there are no vested interests left, when every scientist has one goal, to find a way for all of humanity to survive. We can create these conditions, but only together. Volunteers of the Alatra International Public Movement have been talking about this for years, talking to the whole world by organizing so many interviews, social surveys, conferences, reports, articles. People from 180 countries have done a tremendous amount of work. We found out that what people want, all together we found a way out, the creative society. The creative society is a model based on the best aspirations of people from all over the world. It is the creative society that the prophets of all time have spoken about. Do you know why people have been unable to build it before? Because the knowledge that the prophets brought and that could enable people to unite was distorted by people themselves. Everything was turned into business, but now it's no longer our business. The climate is changing, everything is changing. The economy, politics, everything. Our lives are changing. It is obvious that the time has come for us to change too. To build a creative society in order to preserve humanity, that's what should be the demand from society. There are comments from many of our viewers throughout the conference. So what do we do? What's the way out, friends? When we all together realize that this is a serious matter, that we need to unite, we will succeed. It all depends on each of us. If we want to stay alive, if we want to have a future for our children and grandchildren, we must tell everyone who doesn't already know about the creative society as soon as possible. Yes, there are those who don't want to listen, turn away, don't want to understand, don't want to accept, but we need to tell everyone, even those people. They are part of society, they're responsible like all of us. They vote, they make choices, and if their choice is in favor of those who only stand in the way of making the right decisions on the political level, that means they haven't yet understood something. And the speakers today were right. We should only vote for those politicians who support the creative society. Facts presented at this conference and at the previous ones give us a complete understanding of the situation. It is impossible to turn a blind eye to them. Just share what you know and what you've understood with everyone else. Let's look together for ways to inform humanity to come up with new effective ways. In the past, we had no technical ability to unite, but now we do. And this conference is a good example. And this moment we have gathered together, people from all over the world, some in the morning, some at night, but we are all here speaking 100 languages of the world because we know how important that is. Because we're not waiting for someone to decide something for us. We have organized among ourselves, and we are here. And those who aren't with us now are the people who just don't know about the creative society yet. And our job is to make sure that they learn about it as soon as possible. Our ecology is in a deplorable state, and we still have no answer to climate change. But silence and inaction is much scarier. That's what leads to our demise. But there is a way out. And if we don't tell everyone about it, the fate of Mars, the planet, awaits us. Friends, while our fate is in our hands, we should use this chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear friends, we've heard all the evidence. We've seen the truth. And we know why climate is changing. But right now, we do not have much time to inform people and to unite. We need to act quickly. The scientists should have already been working on a strategy of how to combat the cyclical process a long time ago. But here we are still supporting the myth of CO2. Millions of people today are trying to do everything they can to inform all so that we can unite in one idea to build the creative society. Because our inaction each day costs human lives. We have to move fast if we want to survive. We have to inform everyone of this solution. And I would like to say that this is the only solution. And we need to inform people as soon as possible. And now I would like to pass the word to Konstantin Rybachuk.
Good afternoon. Every week, we monitor and cover climate disasters around the world in the Breaking News Project. And already last year, in 2020, we noticed a spike in the number of cataclysms across the planet. It was quite bizarre. Over a short period of time, in less than a month, massive floods hit
every continent except Antarctica. They came like waves covering large areas. Then they calmed down a little to only be followed by a new, even more powerful blow. We saw the beginning of the cataclysmic synchronization. You could notice this pattern in other natural disasters as well. We continued to observe this new phenomena, and it confirmed our worst assumptions. This year, the progression not only persisted, but increased. Today, even within a single region, a country, a state, or even a city, there is synchronization. The media all over the world shows many examples of floods, fires, and storms cascading down the same region, followed by abnormally cold weather. The facts and evidence presented at the last year's and today's conference explain what has been happening to the climate, including the synchronization. But tell me, why is virtually no one talking about this? Can't people see that? What other proofs do you need? When you will be standing neck deep in the water and drowning, or your child will be drowning, will you also ask for proof, or you will act without delay? Cataclysms, they don't care at all whether you believe them or not. Go ahead and tell them that you don't believe those who died in climate disasters and those who are left with nothing on the street. Each day takes more and more human lives. Sooner or later, it will affect us all, and then there will be nothing we can do. So, while there is still time, we must act, we must unite, build a creative society, and look for a way to survive together. Just over 4 months have passed since the last conference. We have done more extensive monitoring and analysis of the disasters which occurred during this time and their aftermath. We have used all available sources of information, weather portals, climate monitoring platforms, news sources, social media of eyewitnesses, and others. We are well aware that we have not taken into account all the natural disasters and cataclysms that have been on the planet over this period, but even that data that we were able to collect was horrifying. Unfortunately, there were so many natural disasters on the planet in these 4 months that a video with all these events would take the time of the whole conference and maybe even more. So we will show you only a small part, the most large-scale, abnormal, and destructive ones. Let's see what we, as humanity, have paid for these 4 months of inaction.
Since our last conference, global crisis, this already affects everyone. But even in this short period, the number of climate disasters has grown to record numbers. The first event that we observed happened during the live broadcast of the conference on July 24, 2021.
And I just wanted to also quickly mention that right now I'm in the Metro Detroit area in Michigan. And currently, as we're speaking right now, we have a tornado warning right here and also a severe thunderstorm warning happening right now. So we can see that climate has no stop.
On that very day, several major disasters occurred simultaneously in different parts of the world. People in Belgium were hit by floods. Records of maximum temperatures were set in Primorsky Krai of the Russian Federation. while in South Africa, cold temperature records were broken, and for the first time in many years, it snowed. This fact became starting point for monitoring climate disasters. We knew that there would be a lot of them over the next 4 months, but no one expected so many. July 2021. This month, the water element was more destructive and deadly than ever. Looking ahead, we'd like to point out that during the entire monitoring period, which is more than 4 months, not a single day has passed without a large-scale flood in the world. In July, China was hit by record rains, which were called torrential rains of the millennium. The city of Zhengzhou alone received almost annual precipitation within 3 days. More than 14.5 million people were affected by flooding in Henan province, and at least 302 people died. The disaster caused enormous damage to infrastructure, agriculture, and the coal mining industry, which led to a protracted energy crisis in the country. Dams, barrages, roads, and houses were destroyed. Before the local residents were able to recover from the effects of the floods, China was hit by Typhoon Infa on July 25. As a result, 1.5 million people had to be evacuated. The forces of nature did not bypass India either. At the end of July, there were heavy rains there as well, which for the period from July to November led to devastating floods and landslides. As a result, more than 16.5 million people were affected, and the number of casualties exceeded 420.
On this year, 22nd July, very heavy rain had come in Chiplun area in Maharashtra, and suddenly water started to gain and become very flooded area in few hours. So people don't have much time to ship their own stuff or own things. So they just left that at home and run away from the city. But after they come, that they can't see even their home on their place. So completely houses was shifted and left it from their place.
Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, in Nuristan province, just overnight, between July 28 and 29, a flood washed away 170 houses and killed 113 people. Many did not even have time to wake up. In the last week of July alone, 19 countries around the world were hit by large-scale floods, and for many of them, such events are far from being typical. Moreover, large-scale floods are only a small part of the events that took place. While one part of the planet was drowning, the other part was burning. Uncontrolled wildfires caused by an abnormal heat wave broke out across Europe in July. For example, on the Italian island of Sardinia, the fire reached an unprecedented scale, which had not previously been recorded in the entire history of observations. 1,500 inhabitants of the island were forced to urgently leave their homes, but many of them had nowhere to return to. The heat also hit Turkey, which had experienced the worst wildfire season in its history. The fire engulfed 30 provinces, and thousands of local residents and tourists were urgently evacuated.
I live in the middle of the fires. In general, about 13,500 hectares burned in 8-9 days, and it is a serious figure. Unfortunately, due to lack of interference in the first 4-5 days, the fires intensified due to wind and heat. I experienced this kind of thing for the first time. I will never forget the day the fire started. There was a strong wind and abnormal temperatures were pushing in.
In Greece, the maximum temperature reached 47.1 degrees Celsius. As a result, more than 100,000 hectares of forest burned out due to natural fires. The fire destroyed and damaged hundreds of homes, forcing thousands of people to leave their villages and towns. International aid was required to put out these fires. In July and August, fierce forest fires also raged across other European countries. The forests of France, Spain, Northern Macedonia, and even Finland were burning. At the same time, on another continent, in Northern California, United States of America, the Dixie Fire gained strength. It became the largest single fire in the history of the state and burned the area 3 times the size of New York. Another important fact is also worth mentioning. July 2021 was the hottest month in the entire history of meteorological observations. For example, in Japan, between 19th and 25th of July alone, 8,122 people were hospitalized due to heat, and at least 23 people died. This means that we are to expect even longer heat waves in the near future, and nowadays, as we know, they are already leading to an increase in mortality among people. In North America, only 6 days of unprecedented heat led to the death of almost 700 people, according to official data. But according to experts, there are many more victims of abnormally high temperatures. Paradoxically enough, while the Northern Hemisphere was abnormally hot, record low temperatures were observed in the Southern Hemisphere due to a cold wave coming from Antarctica, particularly in the South American countries. August 2021. Simultaneously with the sweltering heat wave, massive fires continue to ravage the world. They are extremely difficult to put out due to strong winds, high temperatures, and degassing of the planet's interior. As of August 12, 5 of the 6 continents were on fire. Only Antarctica was not burning. The fire in Yakutia reached its climax in August. According to remote monitoring by the Federal Forestry Agency, the fire has destroyed more than 8.5 million hectares of forests, which exceeds the size of Austria. It became the world's biggest fire of 2021.
The picture that we saw shocked us. And of course, we couldn't remain indifferent. Already on approach to the city, there was a persistent smell of smoke in the plain, a smell of burning.
On August 25, after the fires, heavy rains came to Yakutia, causing mud flows. And a few days later, the first snow fell, which is abnormal for this time of year. Yakutia is not the only region on the planet that experienced severe floods immediately after the fires. The same happened in Italy, France, Greece, and the United States, and 77 people died in Turkey because of the water element. Meanwhile, in addition to the Dixie Fire, 2 other big fires were raging in California, the McFarland Fire and the Calder Fire. In early August, the state territory was hit by a severe drought. The water level in the local reservoir was critically low. This led to a shutdown of the hydropower plant, and hundreds of thousands of people were left without electricity. In August and September, the historically powerful Hurricane Ida hit the United States. It intensified from Category 2 to 4 in just 1 day, reaching speeds of 241 kilometers per hour.
Wind, maybe 5 minutes, and then just everything was decimated.
In the past, hurricanes quickly weakened once they hit land, but Ida, having reached the mainland, kept up its intensity for another 6 hours. For a while, it even reversed the flow of the Mississippi River. Even more abnormally, the hurricane penetrated inland for almost 2,400 kilometers, affecting 22 states and causing historic flooding in New York and New Jersey. Floodwater caught people in basements, where they were hiding from the approaching storm. and many died inside their cars, which were overflowed with water. Ida claimed the lives of 96 people. On August 14, Haiti was hit by the most destructive earthquake of 2021 with a magnitude of 7.5. According to official figures, it claimed the lives of more than 2,000 inhabitants of the island. The number of victims exceeded 650,000. About 30,000 families lost their homes. Immediately after the deadly earthquake, Haiti was hit by a powerful storm Grace, lacking strong shelters as their homes had been damaged and destroyed. People were left defenseless against the onslaught of the storm.
After the earthquake, we have some people are afraid to go inside because their house is concrete, and then it's like for them it's better to sleep outside. But what makes it worse is just because right after the earthquake we had the hurricane, like the cyclone, and then they had to go back to their houses, even if they didn't feel okay sleeping under the concrete house.
In August, catastrophic floods continued synchronously around the world. In Nigeria, 100,000 residents were affected and dozens of people died. In Venezuela, the flood claimed 20 lives. Tens of thousands of people were left homeless. In the same month, heat records were broken in different regions of the planet. In some places, the temperature exceeded plus 50 degrees Celsius.
I'm an Italian from Sicily. The temperature record of 48.8 degrees was registered in Syracuse province. This is an exceptional event that was registered on our territory. We got used to high temperatures, but not to such peaks.
In Greenland, on August 14, it rained for the first time in history. Before that, apart from snow, there had never been any other kind of precipitation there. August especially vividly demonstrates the synchronicity of climate disasters. On some days, the planet experienced a large number of record-breaking natural disasters simultaneously. The climate disaster that we saw are only a small part of what had happened in less than 1.5 months. Tens of thousands of homes destroyed, hundreds of thousands of victims worldwide, lives that can never be brought back, are the price of each day without a creative society.
После увиденного у меня возникает один вопрос. Сколько еще должно погибнуть человек по всему миру, чтобы мы с вами поняли, что происходит с климатом и с нашей планетой? И кто гарантирует нам, что среди этих людей не будешь ты или я, или наши дети? Все перечисленные факты указывают на то, что происходит с планетой. Вы же видите, что с каждым днем нашего...
You see, with every day of our inactivity, the situation is only getting worse and worse. Just look at the progression in the past 4 months, like how things have gotten worse, and this is only gonna get worse. And what will happen in a year? We are told that the trouble will come in like 2060, but we are smart and educated people, and we understand that if we don't change anything, there will be no year or no counting to 2060 at all. We all want it to be a peaceful and a quiet space around us. So basically, in 2060, it will be so. Quiet and calm, just like it's on Mars right now, but without us. So we must act now without any kind of delay. So what exactly can anyone do? First of all, to accept the truth as it is, get into it and figure out into it for yourself. Just try to understand when you are just sit on the couch and are not interested in the most important things. The information comes to you from different sources, fragmented and distorted, and inside of you there's a plague by doubts. But when you start to get into it yourself and you see the real picture and the holistic situation, and thanks to such actions of indifferent people all over the planet, this conference was born, and it will allow you to save a lot of time to understand what's really happening with climate and with our planet. So once you understand, you will realize that building a creative society is our only chance. The important thing now is to inform all the people about this and to make them aware of the real case and real situation on the planet and with the climate. And we need to use all of our potential for everybody to understand like how fruitful and needed it is for the person. And the most complicated stage in the buildup of creative society, which is the first step, the stage of informing other people. But when people truly will understand that the creative society is the only chance to stay alive, the process of unification and further actions will occur rapidly. But for this to happen, each of us has to try really, really hard. Don't look at this as a stranger. This is your home, this is your life, and this is your society. Now, and some of the people, they meet this information with aggression and with sexuality. And I'm trying to appeal to you. You have to know the aggression is being bred or born by fear. So many people don't want to hear the truth because they fear it. And so we are afraid. And so we don't want to hear the truth. But if we are afraid, and if you're not willing to hear it, to closing your eyes or ears on what is actually going on, that doesn't mean that it will stop happening just because you're not observing or will stop in itself. So let's just try to be honest. And everybody is afraid. And this is completely normal. Only an abnormal or responsible person will not be afraid. But the real courage here, this is not the absence of fear, but it is an ability to step over it. Because by stepping over the fear and communicating and speaking the truth, we become stronger. And this is much more effective and expedient for our survival than, for example, facing the facts with fear and hiding our heads in the sand as ostrich. But we are not ostriches. We are human. And in each and every one of us, there's courage inside. And so we are able to manifest it, to have the courage to say the truth, to have the courage to inform. I also like to stress your attention why today it's so important to tell the truth. It's simply because it will be fair to humans and humanity as a whole, because then we will have the choice to make the choices at all, where to invest your attention and all the potential. It is clear that the truth is really scary, but when we know that there is a way out, and it is being motivating and sobering for us, all of this information is being brought up just for the single purpose that there still is a chance. This is why this is our job to act now. And our objective is not to scare each other, but to make sure to care for people, for every single person to understand that they need to act now. And the real heroism here is to accept the truth as it is today, and without distortion, to carry it forward honestly and openly. So I'd like to thank for tens of thousands of people around the world who participated in preparation of this conference, to millions of people around this planet who support the project, the Creative Society, and does it for one single person, to knock on all the doors. We have the same interests. We are people and we want to live, and we want to preserve life to our loved ones and relative ones. We want to preserve life for all of the humanity. And I'm sure that in the nearest future, there are going to be billions of us. But how quickly it's going to happen, it depends on each and every one of us. Therefore, let us have courage, friends, and more of it. Thank you.
September 2021. In September, synchronization of volcanic activity in different parts of the planet was recorded. Eruption of the Cumbre Vieja volcano covered the island of La Palma in Spain with red-hot lava. Lava flowing at the speed of 700 meters per hour had already destroyed more than 2,500 houses. Over 7,000 residents were evacuated, and the evacuation continued even a few months later.
Atención, atención. Habla la Guardia Civil. Por favor, desalojen las viviendas. Por favor, desalojen las viviendas.
It's horrible. It's horrible how to see the volcano, the lava slowly eating the houses, and the lava eats the houses of my family and my friends. And horrible for the people. The people running, crying. I don't know what to do. Where I go? Where I sleep? Where I eat? What is my life? What is my where? What? No, where? Where is my house? And nowadays, we have people living in cars, 2 bedrooms flat, living 14 people.
Lava absorbs everything in its path. Entire cities, pastures, plantations, agricultural lands. The island gradually gets covered with toxic volcanic ash, while the air gets poisoned. Scientists said they could not predict when the eruption would end. That same month, on the other side of the Earth, in Hawaii, a new eruption of Kilauea volcano began. The US Geological Survey raised the danger level to the highest one. Europe's largest active volcano, Etna, also erupted in September. The ash column rose 9,000 meters high. In the first week of September, residents of Mexico were hit by a number of extreme natural disasters. The center state of Hidalgo experienced severe flooding. In one of the hospitals, oxygen supply devices stopped working due to a power outage. As a result, at least 17 people died. An earthquake of 7.1 magnitude occurred in the state of Guerrero in southwestern Mexico. Its hypocenter lay close to the surface of the earth at a depth of only 10 kilometers, so the tremors were felt across a long distance. On September 27, an earthquake struck the island of Crete. The European Seismological Center initially reported the magnitude of 6.5, but it was later downgraded to 6.0. The epicenter was located 20 kilometers from the capital of the island of Heraklion. The depth of the hypocenter of the earthquake was also small, about 10 kilometers. It is worth noting that compared to the same period last year, there are more earthquakes with magnitude about 6. Additionally, the amount and magnitude of aftershocks are also increasing, which indicates alarming dynamics. The super typhoon Chantu hit the northern islands of the Philippines, bringing destructive winds and torrential rains. It became one of the worst storms of 2021. The wind speeds reached 260 kilometers per hour. The typhoon left the region without electricity and forced evacuation of more than 11,000 people. The consequences of the Chantu were felt by the people of China, South Korea, and Japan. In September, waves of abnormal heat covered new regions of the planet. For the northern hemisphere, such temperatures at the end of September are extremely abnormal. October 2021. The heat records continued in early October. As October 2nd became the hottest day in the history of 4 countries all at once: Iran, Morocco, China, and South Korea. Cyclone Shaheen brought a disastrous flood to the desert. A devastating storm and hail hit Muscat, the capital of Oman. The city streets were flooded. Power supply facilities and roads were damaged. 13 people died. More than 5,000 local residents were forced to leave their homes. In just one day, Muscat received double the average annual rainfall. Such a disastrous phenomenon occurred for the first time in the history of this country. In October, a large number of storms with abnormally large hailstones were reported across the world. Hailstones of about 15 centimeters in size hit Libya along with rain and squally winds. Huge hailstones pierced the roof of houses, damaged cars, and building facades. Australian residents became victims of a similar natural disaster. The size of the hailstones reached 16 centimeters, which is a record for this country. Huge blocks of ice damaged cars and buildings. The hail fell with such force that it even pierced the roof of a shopping mall, from where about 400 people were promptly evacuated. Another anomalous fact is that Australia was hit by hailstorms more than 10 times during October. Europe was hit simultaneously by two powerful storms, which affected the territories of over 10 countries. Strong winds damaged power lines, disrupted railway traffic, demolished roofs of houses, and uprooted trees. In September and October, cataclysms cascaded over the territory of Italy. In the northern and central parts, there was a storm with heavy downpours. 7 tornadoes hit the north of the country on September 19. And on October 5, rain, hail, and tornadoes covered the historical center of Catania and caused serious damage to residential buildings and businesses. A day earlier, severe floods hit several provinces of Italy, setting a European precipitation record. A strong storm broke out, causing record rains, floods, and landslides. Meanwhile, over 500,000 lightning strikes were registered within 48 hours.
It was just one rain. There was so much lightning that I can't remember for all my life. I shot it on my video camera. I was video recording, just having time to take pictures of the lightning. You can't imagine how many of them there were. Well, before all that, there was such a strong gust of wind that I had to hold on to the doors of the entrance. I was just being blown away. I was just parallel to the ground. I mean, the wind was so strong. I don't know what it was, a tornado or whirlwind. In general, I just saw that some deliveries boxes flew away. Then I realized that something was about to happen that was unrealistically strong.
November 2021. People in different parts of the world experienced abnormal rainfall in November as well. A hailstorm swept over the Spanish island of Majorca. The city of Calarajada was affected the most. In just 15 minutes, the streets of the city were covered with a layer of ice up to 30 centimeters deep. Egypt was hit by downpours, thunderstorms, and hail, which is extremely rare in these latitudes. The bad weather washed scorpions out from under the shelters, resulting in people's deaths and hundreds of bite victims. Record snowfalls have hit the northeast of China. Snow is rare in this region, and it never snowed in early November before. In many provinces, they declared the red, the highest level of weather danger. The height of the snowdrift reached 41 centimeters, which became a record over the last 116 years. The cold snap and snowstorms damaged over 37,000 hectares of arable land and thousands of farmlands. On November 14th, that is in the last month of spring for the Southern Hemisphere, Australia faced the most severe cold and snowfalls in the last 70 years. Up to 30 centimeters of snow fell in some areas. Heavy rains caused flooding and catastrophic landslides in Indonesia. In some areas, the depth of floodwaters reached 2.5 meters. More than 8,000 people were affected. The city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia was hit by a storm with rains. In a few hours, 1.5 years' worth of precipitation fell. The desert was covered with rivers. The cars on the roads were literally drowning in streams of sand and water. On November 15, a large-scale flood hit the residents of British Columbia in Canada. In the city of Hope alone, more than a month's worth of precipitation fell within a few days. Tens of thousands of people were left without electricity. A mass evacuation was carried out. The flooding triggered dozens of landslides, which killed at least 4 people and trapped 275 in their cars in between 2 landslides of a mountain highway. Following this unprecedented flood, a record snowfall hit the residents of Canada.
Uncle's house is in the water. My cousin, who just finished having a baby in Kamloops 2 days ago, their house is totally flooded. They have nowhere to go back home.
In November, 66 tornadoes were recorded across the United States. Meteorologists note that a tornado outbreak at this time of year is completely abnormal for the country. In the south of Iran, 2 powerful earthquakes of 6.0 and 6.3 magnitudes were registered, which occurred just 1 minute apart. The hypocenter of the seismic event lay at depth of up to 10 kilometers. The earthquakes were so powerful that they caused a mountain to collapse. In addition to Iran, the tremors were also felt by the residents of the United Arab Emirates. Over the past 4 months, we have once again seen the fact that cataclysms are becoming more and more anomalous, unpredictable, and destructive. We need to face the truth. We are not ready for this. Every day, natural disasters destroy the lives of millions of people. During these 4 months, we could have done a lot about building the creative society, but we are doing nothing. How many more casualties will it take before we realize this?
And that's only 4 months. I want to emphasize that this is only the officially announced data. That is, in fact, there are many more. Here's your proof. And are we going to wait for more? How long? A year, 2, 3? Are we going to wait for that number to turn into 10 digits? If we don't wake up right now, climate, euthanasia is our inevitability. The most valuable thing we can do for our loved ones and for ourselves is to wake up, to inform everyone who is still unaware or hesitant about the looming climate threat, and unite in the creative format of society to survive the consequences of global climate change on our planet. Only then we do have a chance. Right now, you will watch the most relevant and unbiased video that is available today. It fully reflects the current situation in our society and answers all the most important questions of mankind.
Humanity's last war has already begun. The enemy is advancing from all sides. He is to annihilate all human beings and destroying our common home, our planet. In just last 4 months of undeclared war, we have lost a lot of our territories. This ruthless external enemy who took us by surprise has claimed many human lives, sparing neither infants, nor the elderly, nor women. His tactics of war are aggressive and unpredictable. He floods, he blows up, he sweeps away by the winds. He burns and destroys by radioactive emissions. He shakes the ground beneath our feet. And before he claims our lives, he mercilessly tortures us with hunger and thirst and forces us to watch our loved ones die, while we keep being silent and inactive. In the meantime, collaborationists are imposing the image of a false internal enemy on us, taking side of the real external enemy. And we listen to these collaborationists who carry on disinforming and dividing us. They divert our attention from the true external enemy and claim that our enemy is internal, which we have produced by our anthropogenic factor, and that it is all the fault of carbon dioxide, which they promise to deal with in the near future. But in fact, they only care about their personal gain, and again, they want to make money out of our grief and lives. The collaborationists lie to us that there is no war, and at the same time, they shut our mouth so that we do not talk about the real external enemy, but allow us to talk only about ecological problems and carbon dioxide rising. And at the same time, they hold military parades and decide which uniforms we will wear to fight against each other. And this is at a time when we as humanity do not even put up any resistance to the real enemy. We only make guerrilla raids in the form of letting the public know about the climate crisis, while the aggressor supporters continue restricting access to information. They hinder unification of worldwide scientific and material potential, thus strengthening the already dominant position of the enemy. What the collaborationists do not realize is that the enemy has no pity for anyone, including his accomplices, the creepers and the doubters. He takes no prisoners and wages all-out offensive war on all fronts. He has one objective: total annihilation of humanity. The time has come for every person on Earth, our only planet, to decide whose side are you on. Are you with the collaborationists, those traitors of humanity and accomplices of the enemy? Or are you in the ranks of true heroes who are defending life on Earth? The last war of humanity is already in progress. It is time for a planet-wide mobilization. We need to gather all the power of our intellect, all our resources, and all our potential in a single fist to strike back as a single front at the merciless enemy. There is no other way. Or otherwise, we will die. And now, much depends on every person on Earth. The enemy has already struck many unanswered crushing blows at our territory. He has taken many of our lives and destroyed many of our homes. I appeal to you, will you wait and do nothing until a ruthless external enemy strikes at your home? Who are you? A coward or a hero? The answer to this question is very important now, at this time when the external enemy is destroying our homes, taking lives of our mothers, sisters, wives, and daughters. We must recall that we are warriors, and we must protect our nearest and dearest. The time has come for the greatest courage and selflessness. The time of true heroes.
This is indeed war, a war in which we lose what we hold so dear. We lose our loved ones. We lose our lives. They tell us that it's all about ecology, that our anthropogenic factor is to blame, and that all we need to do is reduce CO2 emissions to make everything okay. But as long as they say that things only get worse, while they are feeding lies and upon the enemies, they are the enemy. Climate is ruthlessly attacking our planet. The active enemy offensive has been going on for a long time. And in the meantime, they keep lying and trying to brainwash us. Who is doing this? The ones we truthfully call by their real name, the collaborationists. They are the ones who are at war against humanity. Just look at the horrifying facts. In just 4 months, our common enemy, the climate, has taken over as much territory as it has never taken over in years. And most of humanity is completely unaware of it. Thank God that there are decent people today who have actually studied the essence of the Creative Society Project and have realized that this is the only option for the survival of all humankind. Politicians, priests, and business people have gathered among us today. They are not traitors. They support us, humanity. We are thrilled to see respectable and worthy people present with us today. We are grateful to the priest of the Roman Catholic Church, Joseph Spisak. He has given us today the important news that the Holiness Pope Francis has blessed the international project, Creative Society. We thank Edgar Brandt for their understanding and their support of the Creative Society Project. This is truly monumentous. You know, the words of support from the esteemed Amir Aziz, the Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany, resonated very deeply. I was very inspired by how Joseph Cotterton, mayor of Somerville, understood the depth of the 8 foundations of the Creative Society. We were very moved by the support of Askar Nagnobov, a representative of the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, who spoke at the conference at the request of the Kazakhstani presidential administration. And I would like to express gratitude to the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for his attention and support. I was very impressed by the sincere letter from the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. Although he could not be physically present at the event, we are very happy about his participation and care. Thanks also to Saran Hakmanevan and Archbishop Nathan Havanisa. I was touched to the bottom of my heart by Dushan when he said that the best investment in the future is investing in the Creative Society. It's true. To live in a decent society in the future, many of us invest our own time and resources now and seeing the realities of what is happening in the world today, I am convinced that the creative society is truly the best investment. All of us need to unite today. After all, the common external enemy is already in our home. It is already destroying us, our children, and our parents. It is robbing us of our future. But we also have an internal enemy supported by collaborationists. It is the consumerist format of society that has been dividing us for over 6,000 years. And now it is bringing us to the brink. All the prophets warned of this, but unfortunately, we stubbornly chosen not to hear our prophets, our holy fathers, and all the intelligent people who have been telling us that for centuries. And now what? Do we have to give up? Are we going to give up our home to the destroyer? But we are human beings. We are one family. For the future of our children, for the memory of our ancestors, we have something to fight for.
Dear viewers, we would like to remind you to send in video recordings with your understandings, comments, and questions to the email info@creativesociety.com. Stay tuned as we will hear more shocking truth about the climate crisis and ecological degradation that we are facing today. And most importantly, we will talk about only solution throughout the duration of the whole conference. Don't forget to share this video. Now we would like to pass the word to the participants of the Creative Society from Germany, who will share their experience with inviting celebrities, politicians, and famous individuals to this conference. Let's hear about their social experiment.
Hallo Freunde.
Greetings, dear friends. It's a big honor for us today to present Germany at such a global conference. This information has already been presented today and is shocking and makes the blood run cold. After all we have just recently seen with our own eyes, we know firsthand how it feels in the zone of anger of nature. Let us remind you that this summer, an unprecedented flood happened in Germany. Thousands of people were affected. They lost their homes and, unfortunately, their lives. And the saddest thing is that the government agencies turned out to be powerless. When you realize that all countries are equal before climate disaster, which increases day by day, and their power is more destructive regardless of their geographic location and level of economic development. The enemy is attacking. This is the climate. This is a real threat to the survival of all of the mankind. This prompted us to invite representatives of international organizations to speak at this conference in order to draw this world's attention to the critical situation to call for the unity. This action turned into a large-scale social experiment in the entire history of mankind, and the results which have shocked us. Our German participants alone sent out more than 3,000 letters to each of the following organizations: the UN, to the WHO, WMO, IPCC, and the European Parliament, as well as politicians from different countries. They are the ones on whom our future actually depends. For 4 months, participants have been tirelessly sending these thousands of letters in envelopes by mail so that they could reach them in person. Think about it. Every representative of this world-renowned organization that people all over the world rely on received a letter. We described the criticality of the situation and invited them to speak at the conference if they are not indifferent to the fate of the humanity. And we got a very depressing result. Only if you responded from the entire list. From the others, their secretaries responding by saying no. And this situation surprised us at first. But thanks to that, we have discovered a whole layer of the world order of our consumer society. And we are sure that neither politicians nor anyone else knows this. But we will reveal the secret to you today.
Es sind die Assistenten.
Assistants. Secretaries.
Treffen in Wahrheit die Entscheidung.
Everything is decided by secretaries. And for the sake of the understanding, let us tell the situation. At one of the events, our participants met and invited an outstanding athlete of the world renowned. As it turned out, in addition to being an athlete, he's also a politician, which means that the people can only access him through the secretary. In personal communication, he supported the idea of the creative society and agreed to participate in a conference. But for the communication, he gave the number of his secretary. But when he was contacted, he turned out to be different. Completely different. And the secretary said, what you're doing is interesting, but it's necessary, but no. And there is this paradox. Before you talk to an athlete and politician, he said, yeah, yes, and everything is interesting, but you contact the secretary and it's no, and so on. So it turns out who decides whether the politician or the secretary, and accustomed to shifting responsibility to politician, we actually expect them to do everything for us. And the politicians in turn shift responsibility to secretaries. And why do the secretaries say no? And when we ask this question, because they don't understand the seriousness of what is going on. Imagine you are a secretary of a popular man, and how much you have to do, and to the schedule to be around, and to fool someone to calculate benefits, and the additional questions to be solved. So once you pay attention to the climate, once you study, so dear secretaries, you don't see the seriousness of the climate situation, and since they just don't understand, the secretaries just don't understand the seriousness of what was happening. And so you can imagine that you are a secretary of like a really prominent announced politician, so that you have to arrange a schedule to fool somebody, to calculate and many other problems. Honestly, The secretaries just don't see, and so you need to see the whole picture of what is happening. And at this time of what is happening, this is the chance to actually change something. And this information, it has to be brought through, and it's such unfortunate that it doesn't go. They get only basic information. At the conference itself, we showed a small part of what is going on for the general informing of people. We don't aim to frighten anybody, as everyone is so frightened that they run away from this topic and prefer to close their eyes. But it gives the general picture of the tragic situation in which we are right now. And so we are just hoping, we think that those secretaries of the politician, they are busy stuffing their own wallets and keeping themselves in a comfortable neck of the politician or top, and doing whatever is necessary to keep their bosses in their seat as long as possible. And that is the truth, and everything else is the fairy tale games, etc. So let's vote for those who support creative society and who have secretaries. It was an expanded format of perception, and think beyond just how to sit, not just how to sit in a warm place or chair. Let's vote for those politicians whose secretaries and who's familiar with climate issues and creative society. So when the politicians go to the polls, let them show their secretaries and not their programs. We already understand that any political program is bullshit and no one will ever implement it. Even the stars have secretaries, people disconnected from the world, who only care about the size of the star's fee from which they have a percentage. That's why the stars take part only in those events and are ready to tell only what his secretary thinks is right and for the amount that will satisfy him or her. That's how the secretaries exploit those stars. And you can't tell who's a fool and who's smart in this tandem. Yes, and that's why we understood through social experiment that the world is ruled by secretaries who are concerned only with their own profit. So don't get your hopes up. We are just a source of income for them. Let's grow up on this issue. Stop passing the buck and hoping for a miracle. It's not just a question of our lives. It's a question of the survival of all the mankind. It's not just words. It's a reality. In reality, a good person who makes their own decisions are very few and far between. We have to avoid missteps, and we have no one to rely on. We saw a situation where out of the 1,000 people, just a few responded. They have a great secretaries, and they are good people themselves. That's why they are here today with us, because they have the greatest impact and they are the great people. And that was specifically why they has actually been here with us today.
Thank you to our German speakers for revealing this shocking secret about the dominant role of secretaries on the world political stage and beyond. When I listened to the story about the secretary of the sportsman politician, many things began to make sense to me. And do you know what insight it led me to? The most important thing is that a creative society is supported by the secretary. After all, as it turns out, it's the secretaries who make the decisions of politicians. And that's why we should not choose among politicians during elections, but among secretaries. Vote for the secretaries. Let the secretaries report to us whether they support the creative society or not. And if they don't, we won't elect them. And if they do, we will vote for them. Also, another shocking piece of information was in what my colleagues from Germany told me. How much work people have done to invite politicians. How much time and attention participants all over the world have put in. And in the end, a dry chain of polite refusals, excuses, and cynical unanswered silence. Unfortunately, during our social experiment, we received the same answers from public people from other spheres of activity. In the 4 months leading up to the conference, in preparation for the conference, we reached out to thousands of artists, directors, musicians, actors, and athletes. People all over the world from different countries sent them letters, numerous posts on social networks, appealed. We knocked as we could. They did everything possible. And in the end, they also got thousands of rejections. And what is worse, in response to our letters asking to participate in the conference, we were horrified to read such phrases as, "Will Mr. So-and-so be paid to participate? What is the fee for so-and-so's participation? Mr. So-and-so doesn't have much time, so we'd like to know what is the money range or budget of your event?" And to one email came the achingly laconic, "Is it paid?" Let me remind you, these are answers from those who we look up to, whom we consider to be our idols, authorities, opinion leaders. Yes, we would like to believe that they are human and nothing happens to them, even if they are in the spotlight of world fame. But it turns out that our consumer society easily turns them into dragons. Just think about it. They ask us if we will pay them to come and unite us. And after this, do we still think that our world is normal? After all, you have to admit this is idiotic. In this social experiment, we have seen that the world is even beyond stupidity and shamelessness. Isn't that terrible? But we are the ones who create these stars. We buy tickets to their movies, concerts, listen to their stories, create fan clubs, support them, and they don't give a damn about us or our appeals to them, even though they are nothing without us. So who are we fans of? From whom do we take an example? How can we love those who hate us? When we are asked for a figure with 6 zeros so that some superstar comes to us and lies about something, even though she doesn't care about us, is that normal? One can understand when they receive requests for advertising to promote some products, then it is understandable. It is their job. They make money this way. But when people write to them and invite them to an international conference on a critically important topic that concerns everyone, they ask for money? It just doesn't get into my head. Now it becomes clear why the world of consumer society is like this. It's because those we look up to, thinking of them as authorities, idols, tops, they are already soulless. They're lost. It is impossible to call them people. But we created this world and we support the consumer format. And it is by our choice that it is like this. Let's face the truth. How much work has been done? People have spent thousands of hours, their money, resources, and everything they could to try to reach out to them. And in fact, we have seen the cold reality that those to whom we knocked are those who have lost their conscience a long time ago. We lean on them. We put them on a pedestal. And to them, we are a trivial tool to make money. We, their fans, entire fan clubs are asking them to come, and they don't care. We are slaves to them. They show by their careless negative answers that they don't care to descend to our level. They have their own club, their own level, and we are at a low level for them. They think they're immortal. They simply lose reality. And we continue to be slaves to the word work. We provide for them and have to pay figures with 6 zeros to make them come down like the sun and say a few words to us. Let's be honest. Yes, we knew we wouldn't get through, but we believed to the last. After all, these are our idols, the ones we look up to. And the human consciousness is built not to believe. So we tried to the last. We tried very sincerely to find the people among those whom we approached. And out of thousands, we found just a few people who are really people, who are with us now, who don't divide people into classes, for whom all people are equally valuable and important. Thank them very much for being people and for being here. We have decided that we will continue the experiment, for it is possible that the secretaries have decided for them. And so we continue to believe in them and give them a second chance, because we must remember that we are at war, and to win it, we need to build a creative society. The time for real heroes has come, not the ones you see on TV and who come for money, but the time of real volunteer heroes, women and men, people from all over the world, those who call for building a creative society. The most important thing in informing right now is to get the message of the creative society out to every person on earth in a timely manner. Obviously, we have no hope for those stars and public figures, although they should be the first to talk about the creative society. But as the social experiment has shown, we can only rely on ourselves. This time they didn't come, so we need to be even more active. Thank God there are many good people who understand the seriousness of today's situation and do not hide behind their collaborationists who want nothing but money in this life. They are brave people, real heroes. Thanks to them, we had not lost everything, and humanity still has a chance. I am pleased to present you today one of these heroes. I respectfully give the floor to a talented musician and a great man, David Keith.
Hi, everyone. I'm David Keith. I'm a professional drummer. I play with Richie Blackmore's Rainbow and Blackmore's Night. It's great to be with you here at the Global Crisis Conference. I only very recently heard about the Creative Society, creativesociety.com, almost through completely random means. And I have to say that everything that the society is talking about in their main objectives are things that I've been thinking about in my life as far back as I can remember. And I just want to say that it's an incredible opportunity that we have right now to change things for the better. And the fact that the creative society exists in the world and has gotten as large as it has gives me hope that I'm not alone in wanting something different. And what it is that I want is not unusual. It's something that we all want. So I wrote a song last week. Interestingly enough, this is right before I met everyone at Creative Society. And I believe in things like synchronicity and serendipity and things happening for a reason and happy coincidences and things like that. So the song that I was writing is completely topical to our conference and to everything that Creative Society is trying to do. The song's called Try, and it's basically a song of hope and a song of motivation and a song that says you can do it and all you got to do is try. So without further ado, here it is. This is the world premiere of my new song, Try.
You know we've all got pieces of the pie. It won't last forever. We all got to try. Just put your hands together. Why, oh my. All we gotta do is just try. Well, find the reason why you're gonna pay. You run about the run the race. You know I'm in it anyway. Trust and believe that I can't stay away. I wanna know what's out in front of me. I wanna know the lies of fantasy. I wanna do it all and do it all again. A little bit now. I wanna know what's out in front of me. I wanna know realize our fantasy. I wanna do it all and do it all again. A little bit now. You know we've all got pieces of the pie. It won't last forever. We all got to try. Just put your hands together. My, oh my. All we gotta do is just try. A little bit now. A little bit.
It's one world, one globe, one people. And, you know, if you're like me, you've been thinking about the problems that have been happening in the world, climate change, first and foremost, but economic strife, war, poverty, hunger, all of these things, they're on my mind all the time. I'm sure they're on yours too. And when you think about it, it seems overwhelming. It seems like there's nothing you can do as an individual person. And you tend to just try to put it out of your mind and get through your day and go to sleep and hope things will be better the next day. But today is the only day we have. And when you put the whole world together, there's nothing that we can't do. So I'm here to tell you, you are not alone in thinking that there is a better way. There is a better way to live life together and individually. And when we all get together and put our heads together, we can figure out a way out of all these problems. And it's not going to be the same old model as before. It's going to be something entirely new that we create from the ground up together. So have no fear. We're going to do this thing. And I want to thank you guys all for being part of it, because it's going to happen. And I would invite everyone to go to creativesociety.com and read the mission statement, read the objectives. And I think you're going to find that it makes a lot of sense. And it's almost like an obvious thing that we need to do in the world. And it's wonderful and amazing to me that you've been able to organize it and get it to the level that it is now, because that gives me hope that we might actually be able to figure this thing out. So thank you.
David, thank you very much for your sincere words, for the beautiful song, and for such dedication to humanity. And we would like to remind you that this conference is simultaneously interpreted to 100 languages. And this is done by volunteers from around the world who want every person to know the truth. And now I would like to share a story. While looking for volunteers to help with translation, one Arabic woman responded to our post on social media. And after our call with her, she understood the vital information that is being voiced at this event. And she immediately shared this information and formed a team of women who said that creative society is something that they have been searching for their whole life. And this is just one example of how people from around the world come together in order to bring this information to you today. This means people from different countries can easily unite for the sake of one goal, which means that together we can do anything. And now I would like to introduce Foster Gamble, president and co-founder of Clear Compass Media, researcher, co-writer, visual designer of the documentary Thrive, What on Earth Will It Take? And Thrive 2, This Is What It Takes.
I'm really honored to be a part of this critical conference, because global crisis, time for the truth, you couldn't say it better than that or quicker than that. We are in a crisis, and it's only truth that's going to get us out of this. So the fact that the truth will lead us naturally to a creative society is the path out of this, and I'm honored to be a part of it. If you're going to protect yourself and your loved ones, you need to have as accurate as possible a picture of what's really going on around you. The problem right now is we've all surrendered a certain amount of our power to centralized authority, and they're trying to use that to take over energy and food and media and education and everything. But so what we need to do is get rid of the centralized authority, but then collaborate as sovereign individuals. Most people have never thought about this, in my experience, that a government, a nation state, is a fiction. It's an abstraction. It's an idea. It doesn't exist in reality. It's actually a network of real individual human beings. So it always and forever comes back to the individual taking action. And we've got our ethics upside down, because if you put the government ahead of the rights of people, which is unfortunately what's gone on, causing so much destruction, then what you do is you end up crushing the individuality of the human spirit. I think with all of the chaos that's going on in the world right now, with the pollution and the coercion and the disease and the suppression, I think that from a cosmic point of view, apparently it had to get this bad for a critical mass of humanity to wake up and say, no more of this. We're taking back our power. We're unleashing our creativity, and we're going to thrive. And I believe we will. I've spent a lot of time speaking and writing articles and so forth about the fraud of anthropogenic global warming. But at the same time, obviously, pollution is a serious problem, and there are huge climatic changes going on the planet. But in my experience, they're the result of our relationship with the sun and the relationship of the solar system to where we are in the galaxy. And I'm not an expert on that, but I know it's a big deal. So what we need to do is get prepared. I think that we can approach this in a way where, as we're restoring the wholeness of natural systems, then we can really take on any problem. The people who are trying to get us to pay this fraudulent carbon tax are the same people who are stealing everybody's money through fiat currency and through fractional reserve banking and through destroying people's businesses and lockdowns and then buying up their real estate. They're the same people who have been hiding free energy technologies and cancer cures in secret, high-level military and intelligence projects rather than sharing it with humanity. And they've been using this excuse of anthropogenic global warming in order to try to consolidate their wealth and control. So we've got to just completely abandon and expose that and then go for what you're talking about, which is being aware of the climate changes and adapting to them, being aware of the source of them, whether it's the solar system's position or it's the sun itself. That's the science we should be discussing, and then developing nonviolent responses to this on the ecological level, on the energy level, on the interpersonal level, and even on the self-governance level. I think it's critical that as many people as possible find out what's really going on as soon as possible. And, I love the subtitle of your conference, After Global Crisis, where you say, time for the truth, because those of us who want everyone to be free and want to have humanity thriving, we may not yet have the billions and trillions of dollars that these psychopathic institutions are trying to use to impose control on us, but we've already got the life force itself. We've got the whole unified field, we've got truth, and we've got love on our side. So we can't lose. It's just a matter of, okay, how quickly and how peacefully can we get this done?
Dear viewers, our respected speaker is absolutely correct. And the main thing is to do everything in a peaceful, evolutionary way. So that the transition from the consumer format to the creative format would be smooth and without losses for people. And of course, so that the honorable secretaries would be satisfied. Only a fool would demolish his house and stay on the street. First, you have to build a new one where you will live, and only then break down the old one. Otherwise, we live on the street like wild animals. What our esteemed speaker just said is true about the consumerist format in which we live. In fact, it is known information, and we are so used to these kind of things that we take it for granted, because it is natural to the consumerist format, and no matter what we do, taking someone out, someone similar will come in place. It is impossible to kill a dragon, because when you kill it, you become a dragon yourself. And this is the rule of the consumerist format. And we need to define other norms. We need a creative society. The problem is not in us, but in the format, in the rules of the consumerist format, which have been formed over centuries and millennia. The consumerist format is anti-human, and as a consequence, from here originate lies and deceit, because everything is done to please the wallet. Those who have got their hands on the trove care only about their wallets, and there can be nothing else in the consumerist format. And we must understand this. Therefore, the old, outdated model, which no longer works, must be replaced by another model. As of today, there is only one real alternative, and that is the creative society. Should you have any other ideas, do suggest them. But as of today, the model that allows us to combine scientific research and development potential to counter the challenges of the future is only one. The current consumerist format we are already living in will not withstand the onslaught of the forces of nature. We have already seen many facts proving its worthlessness, and only a fool does not realize this. So, humanity is at the crossroads. There are two options: to leave everything as it is, but this is an euthanasia of all humanity, or to radically change the format of our existence from the consumerist format to the creative format.
Now I would like to introduce Professor Thomas Lovejoy, an innovative and accomplished conservation biologist who coined the term biological diversity. He is president of the Amazon Biodiversity Center, member of the National Geographic Society.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you. So I have been working on conservation, tropical rainforest, the Amazon, biodiversity for about half a century or more. First set foot in the Amazon in 1965, right? And although there clearly has been important progress in those decades, we now are at a moment when the biology and the climate of the planet are in a crisis state. So when I arrived, the Amazon, which is equivalent to the 48 contiguous United States, it's really huge, right? The Amazon was 97% intact. I mean, just think of that. Now it is around 20% deforested, especially in the south and west in Brazil, where it's threatening the hydrological cycle that it actually nurtures. And basically, it's right at a tipping point where if we don't do reforestation, at least the southern and eastern Amazon will no longer be able to have rainforest growing. The hydrological cycle, which the Amazon forest nurtures, provides moisture to every country in South America except for Chile. So it is a continental scale contribution. So in the Amazon, that makes half the rainfall. North of New York City, it provides the water for the city, which nobody seems to notice. So ecosystem services loom large in our daily lives. So point number one is protecting the forests we have. They have values as mature forests that, secondary forests do not have and take a long time to get. So just stop cutting down the natural forests, whether that's the Amazon or whether that's the boreal forests of North America or Europe and Russia. Just don't cut down any more forests. To the extent that you need wood products or products that come from forests, get them from forests that have already been managed or even mismanaged. The reality is plantation forests are basically a monoculture. They're almost like a giant asparagus patch. So not a lot of biological diversity lives in them. And to the extent that we want to get multiple results from reforestation, improving watersheds, protecting species, we have to think much more thoughtfully than planting a bunch of matchsticks. Well, I would say number one, recognize that the planet works as a linked physical and biological system, that our well-being depends squarely on that. So it's critical that we do things at scale, starting right away, and that we not approach it as just simply about forests. It's about all natural ecosystems. About 96% of all biomass of mammals is humans and their domestic animals. So all the other species are sort of sitting there at the end of a straw trying to get the last drops out of the glass to survive. None of that makes any sense at all. Each time you lose a species, it's like 3.7 billion years of evolution and solutions to sets of biological problems unique to that species. It's like a giant green library. It makes no sense to burn down the living library of the life sciences.
Hola a todos. El estimado profesor nos habló de los valiosos que son los bosques. Dijo que debemos detener la deforestación en todo el planeta y tenía razón. Amigos, imaginemos solo en los últimos 100 años, el mundo ha perdido tantos bosques como en los 9.000 años anteriores. Esto es un área del tamaño de Estados Unidos. Soy originario de Ecuador. Mis padres crecieron en el campo. Aman la naturaleza y me inculcaron ese amor.
Greetings, everyone. The honored professor told us how valuable forests are. He said that we must stop deforestation all over the planet. And he's right, friends, just imagine. In the last 100 years, the world has lost as much forest as in the previous 9,000 years. This is an area the size of the United States. I'm originally from Ecuador. My parents grew up in the countryside. They love nature, a love they instilled in me. I grew up among the forests. And now it hurts me to see what is happening to them. More than 20 years ago, we lost about 40% of the national territory of the pure Amazon because of an absurd war, because of human insatiability and excessive greed. And now the little that remains is being cut down. This is not just a problem for my country, it's a problem for the whole world. To meet global demand, we are turning rainforests into grazing and animal feed grazing, plantations of soybean, palm oil, coffee and cocoa. From 50 to 90% of the total area of deforested tropical forest is illegal logging. Forests in the temperate latitudes are cut down mainly to sell timber. Today, logging has led to the destruction of 75% of forest in the United States and British Columbia in Canada. Each year, 26 million hectares of forest are cut down, and every minute an area of forest equals to 60 football fields, and this area is being cut down in the world. As we can see, the rate of forest loss is simply catastrophic. The catastrophe is that, in addition to active deforestation, we're now witnessing an unprecedented number of fires. This year, fires in Siberia, the United States and Canada have destroyed 25 million hectares of forest. This is comparable to the area of Beijing, Moscow, and Dubai combined. The main cause of the fires is climate change on the planet. But we, in the pursuit of profit, are adding fuel to this fire that has already been ignited. In our society, it is often economically unprofitable to extinguish forests. But it is profitable to sell the burnt forests. We went even further. In addition to this, there are deliberate arsons. This manipulation makes it possible to sell forests that have been banned from logging. The arson scheme is standard. The forest is set on fire so that it burns only from below. Such a fire damages the roots of the trees, but does not destroy the wood. After the fire, the authorities conduct an examination of these forests. More often, a decision is made to cut them down. Then, a tender begins, an auction, and purchase for the right to cut down this forest. This is how the mechanism of selling legal, quoted Marx, timber is launched. Let me give just one example. So in 2016, 25 hectares of forest in the reserve were damaged by unexpected fires. People were seen not far from the source of the fire. And in 2018, this burnt forest was cut down in this reserve. Damage from that logging was later estimated at $27 million US. This kind of working scheme is used all over the world. In the consumer format, people do terrible things. People don't realize that the felled timber is already becoming our common coffin. We see it, and we're tired of being silent. Today is the time of truth, and we appeal to everyone who cares, who understands what's going on. Various environmental organizations have spent so much time and energy trying to change at least something, but it's all in vain. We, humans, were unable to stop. We couldn't save the forests. It's very scary to admit this, but we need to admit this, because without it, we can change nothing. Existing forest conservation methods don't work in our today's society. We can have the best grain, but if we plant it in oil, it'll die. We can have the best ideas for the protection of forests and ecology, but in the consumer format of society, it is impossible to implement them, because after all, everything boils down to making money. We need to change the conditions, the format of the society, to the creative one. How can this help protect the forest? In the creative society, the highest value is human life and its quality, not the capitalization of individual citizens. Therefore, the technologies that are not beneficial to be introduced in the consumer format of society today will be introduced in the creative society. In the creative society, we will be able to restore forests. We will be able to start up recycling plants all over the world, even in the transitional phase of the formation of the creative society. We have no more time for doubts and disputes. Every hour without the creative society brings us closer to global environmental disaster and to our death. We have no spare environment and no spare forests. We have no spare planet. Now, we know the truth, and the choice is ours.
The way we have been cutting down trees, we won't have enough lumber for a coffin. We are destroying our planet. Don't we see that this is already affecting everyone? Money has closed our eyes and common sense. Look for yourself.
And Ed, we pass the word to you.
Thank you, Olga. I will talk about rubbish for a little while. One of the most serious environmental problems today is the problem of waste. When people first started collecting waste and sending it to landfills, it seemed like a great idea. All of the waste was collected in one place where it was easier to sort and bury. Thus, it was supposed to solve the problem of it. However, something went wrong. In total, the amount of waste has increased dramatically over the past 80 years. Today, landfills are overflowing due to the appearance of non-degradable waste. Landfills did not solve this problem. They only ensured its circulation around the planet. And in this regard, the idea of recycling waste arose in society. Today, it is believed that it will rid the planet of waste. In many countries, people honestly sort waste, give plastic for recycling, and believe that by doing so, they are saving the environment. So again, it seems that the problem is solved, but is it? Let's find out the truth.
Garbage. Recycling. Does recycling really exist? Every year, we throw out more than 2 billion tons of waste. Most of the waste products, in the form we throw them out, are not biodegradable and cannot be properly recycled. They poison our water, air, food, and our life. India, Gazipur, a dump that is growing inexorably day by day and is already reaching almost the height of the Taj Mahal.
During monsoon seasons, gases build up inside the landfill due to the accumulation of waste. These gases are then released into the air. Mosquitoes breed in accumulated waste and then bite people in the colony, leaving them with diseases like dengue, malaria, and typhoid.
Jakarta, the bank of the Citarum River. There are more than 200 textile factories that produce cheap clothes for the whole world. 20,000 tons of waste and 340 tons of wastewater are discharged into the river every day. They pollute the river with lead, aluminum, iron, and manganese. According to the World Bank's report, Water Waste 2.0, plastic, paper and cardboard, metal and glass make up 38% of municipal waste, and only 13.5% of the secondary raw material is actually recycled all over the world, which is a little more than 5% of the total amount of garbage. Despite this, our production and consumption rates are only growing, as well as the landfills around us.
At the consumer level, which is the first link, an ordinary family goes to a store. This ordinary family has different boxes, glass and plastics, plastic bags, and so on and so forth. Nowadays, it has become very popular to dump absolutely all of this in one pile. One big pile of this pressed material is taken to some processing plant, and this processing plant supposedly sorts all this garbage, and you, accordingly, get clean cardboard, clean plastic, clean this and that. This is an idea. All this actually doesn't work. To obtain a ton of recycled material, you need to spend enormous resources just to collect, transport, and segregate it. Then it should be washed, then it should be packed, and then it should be brought somewhere to sell. All the garbage, if it is really garbage, it is buried. No one recycles this garbage. They brag to each other saying that we are absolutely green, that is, we have 100% recycling, we don't have any garbage, and so on and so forth. Usually, they hire a company that takes the garbage out, hire some other additional company that counts the garbage, sorts this garbage out, writes down a percentage rate, and then seemingly sends this data in a report. The next time when a conference is held in some conference room, they say 0% of our garbage is left. But to be honest, this is all done on paper, while in fact it is not so. That is, it turns out that now we need to spend a lot more money, and no one is ready for this. Nobody needs it. No one wants to wave the green flag, and at the same time pay some crazy amount of money.
Recycling is imperfect. We can do a lot more and we can do a lot better. Most of the recycling we do around the world right now shouldn't actually be called recycling. It should be called downcycling, meaning a drink bottle becomes something completely different. And once it becomes downcycled, it can't be reused again. So the quality of the plastic product is lower. We couldn't really recycle them even if we wanted to. So we have to ask ourselves the question, why are they even being allowed to be created from the outset if they don't have a home or a purpose? And so right now, I would say the scientific consensus or the evidence is that we don't quite know what can and should be done with ocean plastics. There are some things already being done. Ocean plastics are being turned into shoes and swimwear and yoga pants and all kinds of things. But it's pretty doubtful that that's actually the best thing that we should be doing with ocean plastics. This is probably actually just delaying a meaningful solution and along the way creating a lot more problems than solutions.
Let's take PET plastic. Freshly made, it costs around 500 euros per ton. Recycled plastic around 1,000 euros. And recycled ocean plastic is even more expensive. It is not at all profitable for a manufacturer to make the cost of the product twice as high. Moreover, under conditions of fierce competition, his product becomes unprofitable. Plastic recyclers even go so far as to add a greater part of the new plastic to the recycled plastic and sell it under the label recycled. The declared data on waste recycling often differ from the real picture. For example, in Germany, part of the garbage that is considered recycled goes to landfills in third world countries. The situation is similar in Japan. The percentage of recycled plastic also includes that which was simply burned. So what do we consider to be recycled garbage? The one that got into the clouds and became our air and then returned to our food with the rain and water. Garbage is the rotting face of the consumerist format of society. We are killing the planet with it, and what's even more, we are killing ourselves. It is not profitable for us to recycle garbage. We don't benefit from developing technology that would clean up our planet. But is it really us who do not benefit, or the consumerist economy, which we ourselves have placed above human life?
Здравствуйте. То, что мы
Greetings.
увидели в видео,
What we have seen right now, this is terrifying but necessary truth. As you can see, all of our efforts to sort garbage and supposedly recycle it is a lie. People are just playing this game, comforting themselves with the thought that something is being done to solve the garbage problem while continuing to produce even more waste. In the endless race of consumption, more and more goods are produced, which quickly turn into garbage, and even if it's sorted, it still remains garbage in landfills. In the consumer rules of the game, being green is not profitable in practice, and this is well illustrated by the example of ocean plastic. The largest ships, funded by millions of dollars, are only able to catch 2 tons of garbage per day. This makes the resulting plastic very expensive, and the product made of it uncompetitive on the market. But being considered green is extremely profitable, as it is an opportunity to manipulate the feelings of people who want to help preserve the environment, and the status of a green product encourages them to buy this particular product. This is why today we are hearing more and more about products made of recycled plastic, and by buying them, people feel they are contributing to saving the planet. But few people know that this is often just an advertising trick of the consumerist world. The same sneakers made of ocean plastic contain at best 0.1% of the plastic that was actually caught in the ocean. So we have already realized that it is not profitable to recycle garbage in the consumer society, but it is profitable to claim that you can supposedly solve the problem of garbage, which no one wants to take care of because it smells bad. In a consumer society, garbage becomes a source of colossal income for those who do not hesitate to ruin people's lives in order to make good money on it. While some are waving green flags, others
become garbage barons, endangering people's life.
Сейчас я хочу представить
Right
вашему
now,
вниманию
I would
короткий
like
документальный фильм
to
об этой
suggest you to watch the video about this terrible problem of consumer society.
Garbage. Mafia. As soon as non-biodegradable and toxic garbage appeared in the world, so did those who make money on it. The garbage mafia. How does a garbage mafia operate? Italy.
My brother-in-law was transporting garbage. He told me all about the profits you could make in this field. So I said, pardon me, we risk so much dealing drugs and we can't even make that much money. 30 years ago, I told the magistrates that waste is gold. It's money, money, money.
Cosa Nostra, Camorra. Drangheta mafia clans buy territories and convert them into waste dumps. And although on paper everything may look legitimate, in general, these territories for landfills are located near residential neighborhoods and violate all environmental norms. An important part of the garbage mafia's business is the illegal transportation of industrial waste. If a company wants to get rid of its toxic waste and pay as little as possible, it hands over the waste to the mafia.
Nuncio, what is this doing to the people that live in those houses?
Cancer. These people will all die of cancer. The groundwater here is all poisoned. Every family here is infected. Everyone. No one will be spared. They're here because they don't have any choice. They don't have any options to relocate. And they're forced to die here.
In Naples and the surrounding Campania region, environmentalists count at least 1,200 small and large illegal dumps. The amount of phosphorus, mercury, and arsenic in this region exceeds the established norm by 400 times. According to medical statistics, people here die of cancer twice as often as the national average. By contrast, the mafia not only receives disproportionately inflated profits, but also has the ability to control statistics, people here die of cancer twice as often as the national average. By contrast, the mafia not only receives disproportionately inflated profits, but also has the ability to control
There are mountains of illegal.
Often they are accompanied by false legalizing documents. Almost all of the e-waste or barrels in these containers are filled with toxic materials. They are accepted in these countries without too many questions asked. A small bribe allows any refuse to be smuggled to its final destination: an abandoned beach, a forgotten stretch of coastline, untouched waters turning into a dangerous radioactive ocean. This ain't garbage, it's waste for some, but for many in these countries, it is place of work, life, and death. Ghana, Egbukploshi landfill, the world's largest and most dangerous electronic waste dump. More than 200,000 tons of electronic waste from Europe and North America are brought here every year. Kenya.
It's like the dump site has demons who ask for blood. There are days when there is just too much evil, seriously. You hear of people killing each other. Someone stabbed someone else with a knife or killed someone with a bottle. Sometimes you also hear that the trucks...
Alang ship breaking yard is the biggest in the world. The government and the contractors make a lot of money. But there are two major problems: the environment and working conditions.
Here, on 10 kilometers of the beach, 40,000 people take apart half the abandoned ships from around the world. With their bare hands, piece by piece, day after day. They have no protection for hands, feet, or head, or no modern tools. There are no ship plans, and they don't know at what point or how a ship might suddenly collapse. They cut metal knowing that the next cut could cause an explosion. Half of the companies in the world don't want to pay for clean ship recycling using the modern technology. It's too expensive. Instead, they sell them for scrap. Indian buyers make a profit by reselling the steel. Along is an environmental disaster. And at the same time, it is the biggest metal recycling in the world today. Similar dumps are found in other countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan. The price of this kind of ship recycling is human lives.
I have been breaking ships for 14 years now. My father was killed in a shipbreaking accident. The only thing I'm afraid of in the yard is death itself. I know this is dangerous work, and I am afraid because I have 2 children and a family.
We have never produced as much trash in our history as we do today. Garbage is dirty, it smells bad. But money doesn't smell. So in our consumerist world, there is always someone willing to take money off it. Storing refuse, fictitiously recycling it, or transporting it from more elite places on the planet to indigent is just business. A business in which the strongest survive. A business from which all life on the planet and man himself are slowly dying. A business that each of us sponsors every day. Can we stop it? Continuing to support the consumerist format of society? No. Because now all conditions have been created in order to earn huge money on such frauds. But we can change the format of our society from the consumerist to a creative one. When the 8 foundation of the creative society are adopted at the constitutional level in all countries, such schemes will be impossible to pull off. Because the main value in the whole world will be the life of human. In such conditions, there will be no place for all this dirt on this planet and in relations between people. Any business will be built only on improving people's lives, not on our death.
It's sad to look at all this, but even sadder to realize that if we are now even killing people for rubbish, then what will we do when we really need to distribute every piece of bread in a reasonable and humane way? So let's answer this question now, but very honestly. It's time for us to wake up and to remember that we are human and Earth is our only common home. The first law of ecology says everything affects everything and everything is connected to everything. No matter where the waste is buried in the globe, its environmental consequences will still return to their receipt because the Earth is round and the ecosystem is one for everyone. What is the point to continue these games? The truth cleanses and stimulates even more action because only by understanding the cause of our problems, we can get rid of them. Together, we can do everything. We just need to realize that our strength lies in unity and in truth. The consumer format society is our main weakness, and the creative one is our strength and our only salvation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I asked myself, why are we still fighting? Even over trash. This is absurd. Don't we see the seriousness of the situation? Do we want to drown in trash, or do we want to become human beings and unite and build a creative society which will guarantee each person an ecologically clean environment, health, and safety? Dear viewers, I would like to ask you which choice you would like to make. Please share with us your understandings, record videos, and send them to info@creativesociety.com. I'm sure after the video we watched, each of us had feelings and understandings we wanted to share with the whole world. And now I would like to come to the next topic, which will blow your mind. You will understand why CO2 is the biggest scam of our time and why green energy is a waste of money. Please don't forget to share this video right now, as everyone needs to know the truth. Let's watch together an expert from a video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov on the topic of green energy.
The real problem is not that we have CO2, but that we do not have CS.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Not that there is no carbon dioxide.
That's why for people, right?
But that there is no creative society. That's the real problem. So it turns out that, excuse me, our brains are already so hardwired with this idea that we cannot get rid of it. You and I are now sitting and calculating how many % will be released if...
Yes, the numbers are ridiculous.
Right, if we plant 20 trees each during 20 years and how big the emission will be. We should also calculate here the development of green energy, which in fact is far from green and is actually pointless, right? Or again, we touched upon green energy. They demand to develop green energy. Solar, wind, and everything else, to switch to hydrogen, to burn less gas, and so on. Now, simple math. We are very quickly and rapidly approaching a serious crisis, the climate crisis. Even this winter we will see how drastic the atmospheric fluctuations will be and how cold it will be. This is caused by the Gulf Stream as well as, again, by the changes that occur in the upper layers of our atmosphere, and how quickly everything is turning upside down. I mean, in certain areas there can be a sudden instant drop in temperature. After a while it normalizes, but these sudden drops may cause serious catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, we are giving up hydrocarbons. What does it mean? It means taking out thermal power plants, which you cannot build in a day if you need to, right? We are going to give up gas in favor of some solar thing. Well, again, the sun doesn't shine all the time. That's firstly. Secondly, how can we store that energy?
Right.
Thirdly, the winds that might arise. Wind farms are not quite adapted to them. And further on, they will become pointless in general. And we will face that.
And will you actually guess the right place where to set up this?
The point is different. Gusty, strong winds will simply make wind farms useless, even with all the automation systems and interlocks. That's not what is needed. What humanity really needs now is the correct hydrocarbon heating plants and thermal power stations. Yes, they emit carbon dioxide. They do. But they are necessary, and it will be worse without them. Plus small nuclear ones. They are compact units, scientists are already developing them, and some people have been using them since long ago. That's what is also necessary, something that generates power.
The world's attention has been focused on the problem of climate instability on the planet for quite some time. And this problem was first officially voiced back in 1992 at the Earth Summit, when more than 150 countries signed the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The world leaders attending climate change conferences in the years following 1992 agreed to set a limit for greenhouse gas emissions. It is assumed that this should be done through a global transition to green energy and low-carbon technologies, as well as reducing deforestation and increasing the capacity for carbon dioxide absorption in forests. And at the beginning of November 2021, the next UN conference, COP26, was held in Glasgow, gathering representatives from 200 countries. So, what did they decide this year? 108 countries have committed to reducing methane emissions. 100 countries have committed to stopping deforestation and planting 1 trillion trees by 2030. Many countries and companies have pledged to ban cars with internal combustion engines by 2040. 40 countries committed to abandoning the usage of coal power plants and adopting green technologies. Several countries and major banks have decided to stop financing fossil fuel production. And big finance companies announced to start allocating money for green energy, but only solar panels and wind turbines. At first glance, these decisions appear to make sense. However, we have to consider two things. First, yes, CO2 affects the environment, and yes, we did destroy the ecosystem of our planet. Second, the climate is changing, but for entirely different reasons. And while the proposed idealistic picture of our decarbonized future, when we all are using renewable, potentially free energy, looks very appealing, the actual situation with what is considered green technologies is not. Let's watch a video.